Good morning, everyone. We'll start in a minute, and we'll start closing the doors. So please, if you could be seated, so we can start the program for today. Thank you.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Good morning and welcome once again to the second day of the third Global High-Level Ministerial Conference on Antimicrobial Resistance in Muscat. Yesterday, It was a very fruitful day with lots of discussions and lots of viewpoints. Also, the technical experts had conducted 4 parallel sessions to discuss in detail the AMR country's implementation of action plan, integrated surveillance, political action, financing, research and development, all which will be presented by the rapporteurs from each session as the following. First, Dr. Yuande Alimi for the integrated surveillance.
Good morning, distinguished guests and Your Excellencies. I will be presenting on behalf of the parallel session that focused on integrated surveillance. I think we'll just wait for the IT to come sort the issues as the clicker is not working. So maybe just to get us started while I wait for the IT, we can all agree that AMR is no longer the silent pandemic as we have always referred to it as, but rather a loud, multidimensional phenomenon. But rather a multidimensional phenomenon that occurs across all sectors. A group of experts were able to put together a very succinct definition of what we propose integrated One Health surveillance to be. We propose this as a collaborative and continuous process that involves planning, systematic collection, analysis, interpretation, and communication of antimicrobial resistance, antimicrobial use, and relevant AMR-sensitive data, essential for action to optimize One Health policy, practice, and to mitigate AMR. We also propose that this can be initiated at any relevant point, depending on the needs and the resources of any given sector, country, region, or continent. Your Excellencies, you would agree with me that addressing AMR or AMU is quite complex. However, integrated surveillance offers a comprehensive, unified, collaborative approach to understand AMR trends and implement effective interventions. Why do we need data so much? Integrated surveillance data offers data for meaningful action. Even simple integrated figures can lead to effective interventions. Information from integrated surveillance is powerful and must be translated into meaningful actions and policies. We were able to unpack integrated surveillance, learning from colleagues from South Africa, Canada, Thailand, and of course our host country, Oman. A few things come out strongly. As you know, One Health is quite complex, but when we propose this, we offer 6 C's as a way forward for countries to better understand and implement integrated surveillance. It requires 1, consultation, collaboration, coordination, communication, capacity building, and very lastly, compromise for this to be fully effective and functional. However, you would agree with me that not all sectors, countries, or regions are at the same pace. Integrated surveillance should be very country-specific, sectoral-specific, and also quite context-specific. Therefore, we urge countries to map and assess their capacities, capabilities for sectorial and national AMR surveillance. Distinguished guests and Your Excellencies, laboratories remain the backbone of surveillance. Therefore, we need to improve diagnostic capacity in humans, animal, and environmental sectors, as this is required, is the baseline for us to be able to fully implement integrated surveillance. Data should be comparable and should be able to speak to themselves. So we must standardize, adopt AML surveillance protocols at sectorial, national, regional, and global levels. Lastly, again thinking about resources, it's time for us to leverage and integrate into AMR into existing surveillance system, particularly when you think about the low and middle income settings. What can we do with our TB, HIV, and malaria systems? Thinking about issues around legislation, surveillance protocols, lab, and IPC infrastructure. COVID has provided us a lot of resources as well as infrastructure when you think about genomic systems and capacity across the world. Your Excellencies, this is our call to action. AMR integrated surveillance requires high-level political advocacy, AMR requires high-level political advocacy. Therefore, we are calling on your excellencies to advocate for integrated surveillance, not just at national levels, but at global levels, such as meetings where we have the G7, G20, as well as UNGA. Global investments are required for AMR. Excuse me, sorry, the screen has gone off right in front of me. IT, please. Okay, fantastic, thank you. Global investments are required for integrated surveillance through strengthened national systems and structures. We argue that it is important for us to invest in our national systems for us to be able to fully operationalize integrated AML surveillance through a well-knit spectrum. As much as global investments are required, it is important for national government to invest at a national level through domestic financing, as this is the only sustainable way for us to improve our AML surveillance. It is important for us to strengthen infrastructure, capacity for sector-specific surveillance of antimicrobial resistance and antimicrobial use with a stepwise progress to integrated surveillance. Data sharing remains one of the very sensitive issues globally, and COVID-19 has been an eye-opener. We strongly advocate that to mitigate AMR, it is important for us to embrace a no-blame game. Means that we need to put legal and regulatory frameworks to strengthen AMR data sharing mechanisms across sectors, countries, and regions. Lastly, you'd agree with me that what doesn't get measured doesn't get done. As much as we applaud AMR being anchored on the SDG 3, it is important for AML to have more global indicators for us to measure our progress. Your Excellencies, you would agree with me that no data means no response. When we look at AMR from one single sector, it means that we are looking at just one piece of our jigsaw puzzle. Therefore, integrated surveillance provides us a whole picture. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Yewande Alimi, for sharing with us your insights on integrated surveillance session and also the importance of data sharing, because if we share our experiences together, we can all learn from them. Next, we have Dr. Anne Lindberg for the country implementation. Can we give her a round of applause, please?
and the slides. So this is for political action and financing. Shall we switch spots? Getting the slides for the parallel session on country implementation. Thank you. Distinguished guests, Your Excellencies, I had the pleasure of reporting on the parallel session on country implementation, where we had examples from Oman, from Bangladesh, and from the Netherlands in the panel. And the discussion evolved around both successes and examples of successes and challenges in country implementation. And some of the main themes that came out of this discussion were the following. So first and foremost, it was pointed out how important it is with not only global leadership, but also strong leadership at the national, strong political leadership at the national level, across the One Health spectrum. It's essential for creating the sustainable momentum in the implementation of national action plans. And one example was given from Bangladesh, where recently, in conjunction with the World Antibiotic Awareness Week, in the meeting, where ministers from health, from agriculture, and from environment jointly represented and showed leadership in that sense. It's also important with political joint commitment to follow up on the progress. We heard previously about the integrated surveillance, and this is a part of what needs to be followed up at the political level. And another political task is also to ensure a balanced and sustainable funding across all the sectors concerned. A second item that was highlighted in particular by the Netherlands was target setting as a means of creating focus and directionality. And this has proven to be a very effective means of reducing the antimicrobial usage in farm animals in the Netherlands. And it should be used not only with respect to the use in animals and humans, but also sector specifically, and including also the environment, setting targets for environmental discharge. Another important message was to avoid the AMR silo and to include AMR in the broader agendas and strategies, building upon the experience from COVID, including it in pandemic preparedness plans, also taking it into the national work on sustainable development goals, and also in national security plans. Another key feature in the implementation at country level is to have functioning multi-sectoral coordination mechanisms. They're instrumental, and they need to operate not only at the ground level, not at the highest level, but at all levels, including the ministerial level. Once again, an example from Bangladesh, where there is a One Health coordinating committee. It's sitting in the Ministry of Health, but there are officers there from all ministries concerned. And furthermore, it's important to not regard the multi-sector coordination mechanisms as committees where people come and go. They should be institutionalized to ensure that they are sustainable over time and that there is continuity, even if people change. There was also another example of building strong leadership in the multi-sector coordination through, for example, Fleming Fellowships, where experienced seniors or young officials can become experienced seniors during the fellowship. Another key item is to start with the hanging fruits and put priority in to reduce the need for antimicrobials. This should be done by strengthening health systems across all sectors and to improve basic infection prevention and control, as well as sanitation and waste management. We previously heard that what cannot be measured cannot be managed, and in our session the discussion also revolved a lot around access to data and the importance of surveillance. I will not repeat what has previously been said, we can just second that, but we also talked about an example from, well, it was highlighted by Oman, that access to data also opens for innovation. In Oman there is the OMAS surveillance system, there is electronic medical records, and information as that can also be used to improve decisions at point of care in pharmacies through new innovative methods, for example, through artificial intelligence. Health workers are at the key of mitigating antimicrobial resistance, and they should be empowered to act as ambassadors for change. Antimicrobial stewardship should be in the academic curricula for both veterinarians and for doctors. It's also important to consider that change agents are needed at all levels and in all sectors, from the farmer to the minister. And because of that, mechanisms should be in place to, in the multi-sectoral coordination, involve a broad range of stakeholders in execution of the national action plans, so that it does not only become a governmental issue. It was also highlighted how behaviors from in the public and expectations related to antimicrobial use have to change, and that efforts should be made to increase public awareness through effective communication, to focus also on a more positive narrative that we can do something, focus on agency as well as urgency. The support that is given through the Multi-Party Trust Fund for AMR is effective and it's available, it's out there. The technical country-to-country support is extremely important to support the implementation of national action plans. So such mechanisms like the Multi-Partner Trust Fund should be championed, and other similar mechanisms should be promoted. And they should be funded in a sustainable manner. There is need to take it to the second level because change takes time, and these partnerships and the technical support needs to continue over time. Finally, constraints to implementation. They also exist, and they need to be managed proactively as part of national action on AMR. There could be pushback from economic concerns on the short term. There could be issues related to climate change that will also at the same time increase incidence of infectious diseases on the long term. So this needs to be managed in parallel with other actions. So the call to action from the group on the session on country implementation are as follows: that governments should adopt an all-of-government approach to One Health. Think broader than AMR. AMR is on the top of both pandemic preparedness, of sustainable development goals. Ensure that the multi-sector coordination is becoming institutionalized at all levels. In particular, where there is short-term funding for support, we need to think beyond that and ensure that it's institutionalized in policies or even regulations. Set ambitious targets, set them specific for each sector. It provides focus, it provides concretion, it provides directionality. Involve the private sector and civil society in target setting and in execution of national action plans. And continue to foster an empowering narrative to strengthen agency. Invest in stronger health systems for all, as well as improving sanitation, and invest in the health system's workforce as agents of change. And last but not least, ensure funding of country-to-country support for national action plan implementation, for example, through the Multi-Partner Trust Fund for AMR, and ensure that it's sustainable, it's long-term to allow continuity and also change to happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Anne Lindberg, for sharing with us your insights on the country implementation session. And I would also like to thank you for highlighting a very important point, which is the civil awareness, and we have to include the public in this issue. Because us alone, the governmental sector or the private sector institutions, will not be able to solve this problem. We have to educate the public and involve them in this process. Next, we have Dr. Amit Khurana for the Political Action and Financing session.
Good morning, everyone. I will be talking about key takeaways from the session on political action and financing. And the perspectives have come from, in addition to the moderators from UK and World Organization for Animal Health, the perspectives have come from the panelists from Thailand, Zimbabwe, Oman, World Bank, and Fleming Fund. Can someone guide? Okay, we've got it. So, learnings from the country example of Thailand. Clearly, Thailand's success in tackling AMR highlighted the importance of prioritization and adoption of a pragmatic approach, which is not unrealistically ambitious or optimistic, while forming AMR governance structures, setting up the systems and targets. They have been able to regulate antibiotic use, meet and exceed targets on those, and annually report about the use. So that's first. Such an approach also actually gets reflected in the pooled funding mechanism that they have adopted, wherein national agencies contribute to about 80% of the funding. Also, in regular mediation, which is done by the National Committee to maintain the AMR agenda as well as garner the continued high-level political commitment. And we understood from the colleagues there that their second national action plan is now also sent to Cabinet for approval. Creating public awareness, enhancing leadership, and widening stakeholder engagement in new areas, particularly such as environment and consumer protection, are some of the challenges which were highlighted by the colleague from Thailand. Yeah. Okay. So, learning from Zimbabwe. Clearly, the NAP implementation efforts underline the importance of, one, making vaccines locally as an effective tool to replace antibiotic use. Zimbabwe, and as we understood, they are producing vaccines to avoid tetracycline use in the treatment of theileriosis. They're also producing vaccines to discourage farmers to use antibiotics in treating the tick-borne diseases. Another important learning was the effective use of funds, particularly Fleming Fund in this case, in renovating and upgrading human, animal health, and environmental laboratories and turning personnel in those laboratories. They also highlighted, the colleague from Zimbabwe also highlighted about the revision of AMR National Action Plan, and of course the governance structures to reflect the One Health as an important learning. And in terms of supports, support needed to LMICs, it was suggested that the support should focus on expert and technical support and trainings and funding. And of course, if national financing can be accessed, then of course it'll be much more sustainable. And upgrading the AMR governance structure to reflect the One Health governance structure was something which was highlighted, and such a structure can be actually established in a higher office, such as the Prime Minister's office, and not necessarily the three main One Health sector offices. Okay. So coming from, the perspective from a funder, for example, in this case, World Bank, very clearly it was highlighted that prevention plus monitoring is cost effective. Prevention does not cost much, and in terms of funding, it's very small. But the difficult part is that it needs coordination within government and different sectors, such as health, education, environment, so on and so forth. Prevention is required to reduce the risk of an outbreak, which actually can never be zero. But if correct, quick, and transparent monitoring is done, it can reduce the damage caused by an outbreak. So this particularly has to be done by every country to avoid a devastating effect like COVID, and it is therefore important to shift the paradigm towards prevention and monitoring. It was also highlighted that return on investment with prevention is very high, and because of the interdependence between health of the people, animals, ecosystems, if we prevent AMR, we actually prevent pandemics, and therefore One Health is a global public good. And of course, the importance of the commitment of World Bank was highlighted with reference to the Financial Intermediary Fund, which is for prevention, preparedness, and response, which can actually help fund critical investments in LMICs. Now, the perspective from Fleming Fund. Now, three key challenges were highlighted in securing political commitments to address AMR, and these were the challenge of quantifying and surfacing the problem. So there's this lack of One Health AMR data, which actually has prevented from understanding its scale. The quantity and complexity of the data highlight the need for independent assessment of evidence, and therefore the ISCG recommendation for an independent panel needs to be delivered. The need for relevant high-impact policies that respond to the date was the second challenge mentioned, and because there's this need to ensure that AMR policies are based on high-quality data, they are evidence-based, and of course, they must be integrated with pandemic preparedness thinking. The third challenge was the need to create political will and incentivize leaders to enact these policies. The existing top-down pressure from experts and global leaders needs to be accompanied by consistent pressure from below. And there's a need to facilitate and enable civil society organizations to help incentivize this action by policymakers and frame the challenge as an economic and food security issue as well as a health challenge. It came up that complexity of the AMR should not be used as an excuse. AMR can't be addressed unless it is One Health. There are increased challenges in securing political commitment from animal, plant, and environmental sectors. The data from those sectors remain insufficiently granular, inhibiting national policy change. And therefore, investments are needed in surveillance and a right mix of incentives for farmers to participate, because we still do not know the burden of agriculture, of AMR in agriculture. We know the burden of AMR in humans, for example. And therefore, we need whole of government, but most importantly, we need whole of society approach. So this is learnings from the agri-food businesses from Oman. We understood that, yes, biosecurity can be an important tool to substitute the need to cure, and it's very important to know it needs investment, which is not really about funding research, but about investing in trainings and protocols, and then of course you have to know whether it is working or not. So therefore testing is important. Investment is important in testing to maintain quality and safety in developing agri-food businesses, which is actually about maintaining food security. And big agri-businesses can be made possible with less use of harmful chemicals, but it is of course about right people, ideation, incubation, prototyping, commercialization, And of course, it may involve pilot projects and contract farming. So the bottom line here is that yes, it is possible, but it needs investment, particularly in the biosecurity part. So there was this call to action in the end, and this is a call on every country to champion multi-partner trust fund, donating wherever possible. This is a call on countries to engage with the World Bank's country teams on AMR to demonstrate the interest. This is a call on the quadripartite to collaborate with global financial institutions, including the World Bank. Call on countries to support the integration of AMR in the pandemic instrument because it will lead to greater accountability. Call on countries to engage with the GLG by bringing asks to the table. And GLG here means Global Leaders Group. And call on quadripartite to engage and bring asks from the young and the youth. So with that, I would like to say thank you to the panel and wonderful discussions we have had, and thank you everyone for listening.
Thank you so much, Dr. Amit Khurana, for sharing with us your insights from the political action and financing session, which has to be two of the biggest challenges most of the countries face, based on our discussion yesterday. And as Dr. Shudonyu yesterday shared with us, vitamin M, which is money, is also very important. So we have to do everything we can to endorse from the government, from private institution, and I also like the donation part so we can include the public in this issue. Next, we have Dr. Suzanne Eckford for the research and development session.
Good morning, distinguished guests and your excellencies. I had the privilege of being rapporteur for parallel session number 2, which was the research and development. And I want to summarize the findings in the discussion that we had in that session. So the first key point, and I think we'll all agree with this, is that prevention is better than cure. We need to get the basics right. Good hygiene and transmission control can largely reduce the need for using antimicrobials. Better and faster point-of-care diagnostic tools are required, together with new infection prevention and control methods. That includes vaccines and alternatives such as peptides and phages, and a focus on the practices and processes that overcome the human factor. We must continue to drive towards the sustainable discovery and development of new antibiotics, strengthened by public-private partnerships, such as the Innovative Medicines Initiative and Combating Antibiotic-Resistant Bacteria Biopharmaceutical Accelerator, CARB-X, amongst other initiatives. However, not a single new class of antibiotics broadly effective against gram-negative bacteria has reached the market in over 50 years, and there's a high risk this will continue. So we need to reconsider whether the allocation of resources has the right balance. Should we invest more in transmission control and antibiotic stewardship? We need a renewed focus on the environment, which represents a significant reservoir of resistance genes that have the potential to accumulate in disease-causing bacteria. And in particular, we need to address antimicrobial pollution sources, such as direct pollution from drug manufacturing, and reduce the environmental transmission routes for pathogens, including through the management of fecal waste. That means we need to make improved sanitation a priority on the AMR agenda. We also need to focus on new methods to produce data, such as sampling approaches and targets, for example, including sewage, and look further at the role of metagenomics, for example, a use in rapid diagnostics. We should also prioritize social science, considering the need for varied approaches that suit different country contexts of infectious disease, resistance, and resource. how can we facilitate and accelerate behaviour change? We also need country commitment to policy implementation, and we should focus on translational research to show where and how to focus policy interventions and hold awareness campaigns. And we should remember that one-sided action pays off. Those countries that apply effective antimicrobial stewardship and transmission control benefit even if other countries are not implementing similar measures. And that should be a driver for every country to act. So our call to action from this session: we should encourage private funding and public-private partnerships and develop sustainable national financial and non-financial market incentives, such as fast-track approvals for new products. And we should look at global coordination mechanisms for research and development to address sectoral and cross-sectoral antimicrobial resistance. We need to enhance investment into developing, prioritizing, and implementing context-specific infection prevention and control approaches, and into building the economic case. So we need to define the price tag of inaction and articulate the cost benefits of implementing different infection prevention and control methods. Funders and researchers should employ impact assessments with clear indicators and targets to aid in policy and investment decisions. And governments and philanthropic organizations should support research activities that focus on the identified areas or questions raised within the One Health AMR priority research agenda, and should embed research components into AMR national action plans. We should also enhance international research collaborations and communicate the outcomes of research more effectively across the international community. And the final ask from this session was to encourage all to apply for membership of the new antimicrobial resistance multi-stakeholder partnership platform, as addressing the challenge of AMR needs common coordinated actions. And with that, I'd like to thank the panelists and the moderators from this session, and thank you for listening.
Thank you so much, Dr. Susan Eckford, for highlighting the importance of prevention. As you said, prevention is better than cure, and as we say in Arabic, الدرهم وقاية خير من قنطار علاج. I also like that you mentioned that we have to focus on antimicrobial stewardship and for highlighting the importance of improved sanitization. Because as we learned from COVID pandemic, it was one of the silver linings, I think, that sanitization can stop a lot of diseases, not only COVID. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, I would like to remind you that all the presentations shared right now will be immediately uploaded on the website and ready for you to view it. Now, I will leave you with my colleague, Dr. Al-Mu'tasim, for the second ministerial plenary session. But first, I would like to remind you that you are invited to enjoy lunch upstairs at 1 p.m., followed by a city tour at 3 p.m. Dr. Al-Mu'tasim.
Your Excellencies, our distinguished guests, welcome to the last ministerial panel discussion session for this conference. As we discussed yesterday, AMR is a complex matter that needs a comprehensive approach, and that will require effective collaboration and partnership, which will be discussed in detail during this plenary session. My pleasure to call the participants in this discussion: His Excellency Dr. Zahid Malik, Minister of Health and Family Welfare in Bangladesh. His Excellency Dr. Jojo Tao, Vice Minister in National Health Commission in China. His Excellency Dr. Yasumasa Fukushima, the Vice Minister of Health in Japan. His Excellency Dr. Riyadh Attar, Minister of Agriculture in Palestine. His Excellency Dr. Abu Bakr Umar Al-Bushra Ahmed, Minister of Agriculture in Sudan. And Prof. Lothar Willer, the GLG member. Okay, so we'll start this session. So one of the factors that actually was mentioned repeatedly yesterday sessions, that we need to work together in terms of different sectors and different countries as well. But how to achieve that? Any practical tips maybe? I'll start with you, Your Excellency Dr. Zahid. Yes.
Thank you very much. This is an honor and opportunity for me to say a few words on this important issue of AMR. We think that this is a silent pandemic that is gradually growing in the world. I take this opportunity to thank the Sultanate of Oman for the excellent hospitality and hosting this conference. AMR is affecting the entire world, including Bangladesh. Bangladesh has faced the AMR in the health sector, and it has got a big agri sector where also we are facing it, and in the livestock sector, fishing, and poultry farming, which is quite big in Bangladesh, where also antibiotics are being used. So we are concerned on all these issues. But Bangladesh has been able to control COVID-19 quite successfully with very less death and high coverage, about 90% coverage of vaccines. So from that, we can get some lesson, learn some lesson, which I will share here with all the dignitaries that are present here. Bangladesh has got a one health approach, health, agriculture, and farming. We have initiated a law to pass a new law for this AMR. We have strengthened our drug administration for surveillance. Pharmacies are being monitored. Over-the-counter sales are being controlled and gradually intended to be totally banned. And we have got the political will, as our Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina is the co-chair in the Global Leaders Group. Then we have got a Food Safety Act already passed, and strongly monitoring is done from there. We have given a strong importance to sanitation and control of infection, and we are now about to set up a vaccine plant. regarding the partnership, we feel that from here, from this conference, I like to give attention to the following, that multisectoral approach is very important, where government, private sector, NGOs, industries, pharmaceutical industries are to be in this partnership. Timely action is very important, as it was in COVID situation. Awareness of public and private sector and the people is very important. Vaccine should be given priority, because with the vaccine we can do the preventive measures. Proper controlling authority has to be there, we feel. No sale of antibiotics over the counter without prescription of a qualified doctor. No paramedic to prescribe antibiotics. Pharmaceutical industry must not push sale of antibiotics, which they do. Proper monitoring and surveillance is important. Control of infection and sanitation is important. New antibiotics are also needed, because the old ones are, I think, decades old. So new antibiotics are needed. For that, research is important. Enough funding is required, like the trust fund, and for that, political will is needed to get the funds. I will also impress upon that stop human antibiotic in the animal sector. Partnership should be with the health, farming, agriculture, environment, national, regional, and global. Government and private sector should come together, and association also to be involved, like medical association, NGOs, pharmaceutical associations, and strengthen WHO and UN bodies. And also we can give some importance to the alternative medicine we didn't discuss here, because AMR is causing deaths, pressure on health sector, and also financial loss and production in the economic sector. But I believe that together we can control. If there is a will, there is a way. There is a saying that in this big forum, I must say, the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. Today, we all are taking that single step. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Your Excellency, and thank you for mentioning also the impact of the involvement of your Prime Minister in GLG. And I think that is inspiring also to other countries to provide the political will. I will move to take also the opinion of His Excellency Dr. Jojo Tao. What are some of the most important areas that we can collaborate in?
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm so pleased to attend the third Global Ministerial Conference on antimicrobial resistance in this very beautiful city. So first of all, on behalf of the National Health Commission of China, I want to thank the Ministry of Health of Yemen and the WHO for hosting this event, which provides the platforms to share the experience and the achievements to address the AMR. As we all know, AMR is a global serious health problem that affects the health and well-being of tens and millions of people, and today and in the future. At this conference, where the theme of the One Health is followed, senior officials from agriculture, environment, medicine, and other sectors in different countries have held discussions and exchanged their views to address the global AMR issue. This is of great significance, particularly in the context of COVID-19. So I want to take this opportunity. I'd like to share with you the China's efforts and achievements in response to 2016 Global AMR Initiative. The China government attached great importance to the control of AMR. With a large population, diversified natural environment and climate, the disease spectrum, microbial characteristics, and antimicrobial drug use vary greatly among localities in China, with uneven development and local economy and healthcare capacities. Therefore, it is difficult and challenging to control AMR in China. Despite the difficulties, the China government has taken the following measures to address this issue. First, we have established a multi-sectoral cooperation and coordination mechanism. At the national level, an interministerial coordination and cooperation mechanism involving more than a dozen ministries, including human health, animal health, ecological environment, science and technology, has been established. China, among the earliest responders, has released the National Action Plan to Contain Antimicrobial Resistance 2016 to 2020 to strengthen cooperation between sectors such as health, agriculture, ecological environment, and others. Second, we have formulated and improved relevant laws and regulations. Over the years, the country has been exploring ways to promote regional consumptions of antimicrobials and cope AMR. For instance, we have improved our laws and regulations on healthcare, drug management, biosafety, and environmental protection. China has established a long-term management mechanism of antimicrobials, including technical standards, specialization for antimicrobial use and resistance, and a national monitoring system. In particular, the biosecurity law enacted in October 2020 has brought the issue of AMR to a major strategy level that matters national security. Third, we have put in place a working mechanism that involves the government, industry, and public. Thanks to the joint efforts of the government, industries, and public, China makes notable achievements in curbing AMR. For example, regional use of antimicrobials has been promoted. The overall situation of drug resistance has been improving continuously, and the research and the development of the new antibiotic have made positive progress. More recently, China released and initiated implementation of the National Action Plan to contain antimicrobial resistance 2022-2025, which give further priority to the prevention of infectious disease and the regional use of antimicrobial. Nevertheless, different responsibilities have been assigned to the government, industries, organizations, and individuals to further enhance the effectiveness of AMR control. Ladies and gentlemen, the pace of globalization is accelerating, The Earth's climate is warming. Human behavior is changing. And the new infectious diseases such as COVID-19 are emerging. All this has made it all the more necessary to strengthen international cooperation and exchange in addressing AMR issue. Therefore, China would like to propose the following initiatives. First, upholding the One Health approach to create synergy and jointly facilitate development. China proposed to strengthen global coordination and make full use of existing global and regional cooperation mechanisms. We appreciate the principles of One Health and improve mechanisms for interconnected cooperation in human health, and animal health, and environmental protections. We need to strengthen leadership and coordination at the international level, and to promote exchanges and cooperation among multiple sectors. Second, strengthen policy communications and technical exchanges. Countries and the relevant international organizations should jointly address the challenge of AMR by strengthening policy communication and technical exchanges. The area of such communication and exchange include drug-resistant protection and control strategies, technical standards, monitoring system constructions, research and development of the new drug and technology. Third, fostering cooperation between counterpart agencies and institutions. Agencies and institutions of member countries and the relevant international organizations are encouraged to establish direct cooperation relations and promote sustainable cooperative partnership, including training and policy exchange. Ladies and gentlemen, there is a Chinese poem that goes, "We went through hardships as grueling as storming an Iran war path." Following the One Health approach, China stands ready to work with other countries and the relevant international organizations to jointly address the global challenge of AMR. Let's join forces to realize the United Nations 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development by implementing the Global Development Initiative and building a global community of health for all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Your Excellency, for sharing with us the experience of China and also for highlighting a very specific and practical points to, for collaboration. Before we continue this discussion, I want to apologize for intended missing to call His Excellency Dr. Abbas Jabr al-Aliawi. He's the Minister of Agriculture in Iraq. Thank you for being with us, Your Excellency. And I will direct this question to Your Excellency Fukushima, sorry. So, although there were a lot of common,
Thank you very much. I'm sorry, it was hard to give it to you in this last short notice. We apologize. We have missed to call His Excellency the Minister of Agriculture of Iraq, Dr. Abbas, and I would like to welcome him in the stage here to join the discussion. The missing chair was unintended. Thank you.
Okay, so I was asking His Excellency, Dr. Fukushima, so what is, I mean, although we have common challenges, but actually there are also significant differences between countries in terms of their financial status and also the use of technology. So do you see that as a challenge for collaboration, or you see it as maybe an opportunity?
Thank you, Chair. Honorable Minister and distinguished colleagues, on behalf of Ministry of Health, Labor and Welfare, the government of Japan, I would like to give a statement of MR. This question, I think the challenge, because the situation of each country is very different. So I think that problem, the challenge. Each country think that the solution about the incentive rate is each way by each way. So I think. Before I talk about the MR, I would like to say a few words about the current international situation. Japan condemns Russia's aggression against Ukraine. This aggression is not just a problem for Ukraine. It is a threat to global health. First, I would like to appreciate the leadership to all the effort of Homeland Secretariat and all the relevant colleagues in organizing the face-to-face meeting of the third global high-level minister conference on AMR. I would like to say about Japan's national AMR action plan. We made in 2016 the total amount of use of antimicrobials in Japan is not so smaller than those in other countries. However, the proportion of broad-spectrum antimicrobials classified as roach has been high compared with other countries. And Japan's AMR action plan targets several antimicrobials for reduction of those. And the drug resistance is not high, considering that the rate of use of the antimicrobial watch. As such, countries that should be the indicator that show how much the rate of the access group use will be increased from 2015 to 2030 as a target. The international collaboration is critical for countermeasures against the infectious diseases, in preventing the spread of them, and the research and development of VDTs. Next year, Japan will assume the G7 presidency. The global health is expected to be one of the key issues to be discussed at the G7 summit. Taking countermeasures against the pandemic is important, but as each country is aware, AMR, what is called the silent pandemic, is also critical for us to tackle. We would like to have animated discussion on AMR as an important global health agenda at the G7 Health Ministers meeting. Through the discussion in various international fora, including the G7, we need to enhance political attention and international momentum on the importance of AMR countermeasures to the 2024 UN Global Assembly high-level meeting on AMR. Finally, I'm most pleased that we are able to meet with you all in person and discuss AMR measures in this way, even in the midst of ongoing impact of COVID-19. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Excellency. So as you said, this collaboration should take also in consideration the differences between countries, and I want to hear actually also from His Excellency Dr. Riyad Attar about this issue.
شكرا. صباح الخير لكم جميعا، وأود تقديم الشكر لسلطنة عمان الشقيقة على استضافتها لهذا المؤتمر، كما أتوجه بالشكر الكبير لكل المنظمات الدولية ذات العلاقة التي دعت ونظمت هذا المؤتمر الذي يشكل من وجهة نظرنا محطة هامة لتسليط الضوء على الاستمرار في مكافحة ما يسمى بمقاومة المضادات الحيوية، والتي كما يعني تحدث كافة الزملاء يوم أمس واليوم هي ظاهرة خطيرة أصبحت تهدد البشرية جمعاء. وعندما نتحدث عن الخطر، نعم نتحدث عن خطر الصحة المتعلق بالإنسان والحيوان، ولكن أيضا ارتدادات هذا الخطر وصلت إلى يعني التأثير على النمو الاقتصادي وعلى الرفاه للبشرية، وأيضا أصبح يشكل عقب أمام التنمية المستدامة. كما يعلم الجميع، العالم اليوم يدخل في أزمات متتالية ومتنوعة. هناك أزمات على الصعيد السياسي، وأزمات على الصعيد الاقتصادي، وأزمات أيضا على الصعيد الصحي. وعندما تتعلق المسألة بإيجاد معالجات للأزمات السياسية والاقتصادية، فإن العالم يبدو منقسما فيما بينهم، لأن هذه المعالجات تستند بالأساس إلى المصالح. ولكن حينما نتحدث عن معالجة الأزمات الصحية، نرى أن هذا العالم يتحد، لأن هذه المعالجة لا تقوم على أساس المصلحة الفردية لهذه الدولة أو تلك، وإنما هذه المعالجة تدافع بالأساس عن واحد من أهم القيم الإنسانية، وهي قيمة الصحة، سواء كانت للإنسان أو للحيوان. لذلك نهج الصحة الواحدة هو في جوهره بالأساس هو نهج يدعو إلى التعاون ويدعو إلى الشراكة. الصحة هي حق من حقوق الإنسان، وبغض النظر عن الدين والجنس واللون والجغرافيا. وأيضا صحة الحيوان هي مصدر مهم للأمن الغذائي. لذلك التحدي يشمل البشرية بشكل عام، ومواجهة هذا التحدي أيضا يجب أن تستند إلى التعاون والشراكة. لذلك حينما نتحدث عن التعاون، من وجهة نظري هذه كلمة أحيانا تكون فضفاضة إن لم تستند بالأساس إلى مأسسة وإلى مهمات واضحة تضمن آلية التعاون، سواء على صعيد الدولة الواحدة أو على صعيد مجموعة من الدول وعلى مستوى العالم. نحن في فلسطين على سبيل المثال فعلا يعني بذلنا جهدا كبيرا في تكريس نهج الصحة الواحدة، وكل جهات الاختصاص في الحكومة الفلسطينية، من وزارة صحة، من وزارة زراعة التي تضم يعني الخدمات البيطرية، وأيضا وزارة البيئة والتربية والتعليم العائلي العالي، شكلت فريقا استطاع أن يحدد خطة ممتدة ل4 سنوات من عام 20 إلى عام 24. وهذه الخطة هي بالأساس تتجاوب مع كل التوجهات الدولية المطلوبة. ولكن السؤال دائما الذي يخطر على بال الجميع: هل تستطيع كل دولة أن تجابه يعني هذه الأزمة الموجودة؟ أعتقد أن جائحة كورونا يعني سلطت الضوء على أهمية التعاون الدولي بهذا المجال، لأن العالم هو فضاء واسع مختلف بثقافته وبإمكانياته، ولذلك يجب أن يكون هناك بالفعل تعاون. من المهم جدا أن نتفق على مفهوم واحد للتوجهات الدولية أو للتعاون الدولي، لأنه كلمة يعني التوجهات الدولية أو الخطة العالمية هي بالأساس سياسات عامة وليست تدخلات ميدانية تستطيع أن تنفذ وأن تتابع في كل دولة بشكل لحظي وبشكل يومي. لذلك علينا أن نكرس وأن نفتح جسور لهذا التعاون على مستوى الدولة الواحدة. على سبيل المثال، مضبوط أن الكل تحدث عن يعني خطورة هذه الظاهرة وعن أهمية إيجاد حلول جماعية ومعالجة جماعية، ولكن المسؤولية جماعية نعم، ولكن في إطار أيضا المسؤولية الفردية. لا يمكن لدولة ما لم تستطع حتى هذه اللحظة من تكريس نهج الصحة الواحدة أن تكون أو أن تستفيد من أي شراكة أو تعاون في المستقبل، سواء كان على مستوى الإقليم أو على مستوى العالم. لذلك نحن في فلسطين وفي هذا المؤتمر يعني نتقدم باقتراح محدد. هذه الجهود والدعوة إلى الشراكات الدولية يجب أن تتمأسس. كما ذكرت، العالم فضاء واسع، لا نستطيع أن نخلق آلية عملية ويعني ممكن أن تلاحق هذه الأزمة بهذه الدولة أو تلك. على سبيل المثال، نحن نرى أن هناك أهمية كبيرة جدا لإيجاد شراكة على سبيل المثال على المستوى العربي أو على مستوى إقليم الشرق الأدنى وشمال إفريقيا. يعني هذه المنطقة الجغرافية تقريبا المتجانسة والمتشابهة بكل يعني الظروف. نستطيع أن نقدم مشروع لهذا التعاون ممكن أن يرتكز على 4 مكونات. المكون الأول، يجب أن يكون هناك تأسيس لمرجعية أو لجنة مرجعية لها علاقة بما يسمى بالAMR، وكذلك بالإمكان أن يكون هناك تأسيس لمختبر أيضا متخصص في الAMR. إضافة إلى ذلك ممكن أن يكون هناك يعني شبكة عربية أو إقليمية كمنصة تفاعلية، ويعني لهذه المكونات تبدأ من التشاور والتنسيق والتقييم والتواصل مع المجتمع الدولي وتقديم التقارير وغير ذلك. إضافة إلى ذلك نحن نرى على مستوى المنطقة العربية من المهم جدا، وهنا أتحدث أنا عن الثروة الحيوانية، بإيجاد مصنع بإيجاد مصنع للقاحات، لأن يعني هناك تنفق أموال كبيرة جدا على المستوى العربي بهذا الإطار. إضافة إلى ذلك بالفترة الأخيرة رأينا أن العديد من اللقاحات فعلا هي غير فعالة، لأنها يعني مصنعة من عطرات ربما عالمية لا تتناسب، والحالة أو العزولات أو ما يسمى بالعزولات الميكروبية. نحن قبل أشهر داهمتنا على سبيل المثال الحمى القلاعية التي أصابت جزء كبير من الثروة الحيوانية في الأردن وفي فلسطين وفي دول الجوار. كنا نلحظ أن اللقاحات ليست لها أي فعالية يعني من حيث المناعة، وهذا يؤكد على أن بالفعل يعني خطر مقاومة المضادات الحيوية يعني يهدد خط الدفاع الأول بالنسبة لصحة الإنسان وصحة الحيوان. نحن في فلسطين ملتزمين بشكل يعني كامل وعلى استعداد للتعاون، سواء كان على المستوى الإقليمي أو على المستوى الدولي. شكرا لكم جميعا. شكرا.
شكرا معالي الوزير، شكرا على المقترح التفصيلي كذلك الذي تقدمتم به. Your Excellency, Dr. Abbas, I apologize once again for the miscommunication. As Dr. Riyadh mentioned, that maybe we need to think of specific and practical procedures to ensure this cooperation. So what do you think, Your Excellency?
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. في البدء نشكر سلطنة عمان وكافة المنظمات المشاركة في هذا المؤتمر، كما نتقدم بالشكر إلى جميع الحضور من السيدات والسادة الكرام لما لهذا المؤتمر من أهمية كبيرة في التصدي لهذا التحدي الكبير الذي يواجه العالم، ولا سيما ونحن على أعتاب الجلسة الأخيرة لهذا المؤتمر، والذي سيفضي إلى نتائج وتوصيات قد تسهم وبالتأكيد ستكون له نتائج في محاولة رسم خارطة عمل بعد المؤتمرات الثلاث والتي انتهت بهذا المؤتمر، تسهم في الحد أو معالجة هذا التهديد الكبير الذي يواجه البشرية بأجمعها. لذلك أهمية هذا المؤتمر وكل المؤتمرات التي تحصل لمواجهة هذا التحدي في المخرجات التي تنتهي بها من توصيات تساهم في التقليل من آثاره والحد من آثاره المجتمعية التي تطال البشرية بأجمعها. من فضل الله تعالى غادرنا واحدة من أكبر التحديات التي مرت بها البشرية في السنوات القليلة الماضية بكوفيد 19، والتي آثاره طالت العالم، والذي مثل درساً للجميع أن التحديات الصحية لا تحدها حدود، وإنما تنتشر، لأن عالم اليوم أصبح متغيراً وسريعاً في معطياته. كل الإجراءات التي قامت بها الدول من أجل الحد من ذلك الوباء لم تستطع أن توقف انتشاره، لا بل انتشر بسرعة كبيرة جدا إلى كل الأرض إلا مناطق محدودة من العالم. هذا الدرس يعطينا حافزا قويا إلى التحرك إلى مواجهة هذا التحدي الذي أقيم من أجله هذا المؤتمر. لذلك علينا أو نقترح بعض الخطوات أو المقترحات التي تسهم في التقليل والحد من آثاره. المقترح الأول أن نعزز جانب تطوير القدرات التشخيصية المختبرية لتكون ذات أولوية متقدمة وملازمة قبل قرار العلاج بالمضادات الحياتية، سواء على المستوى البشري أو الحيواني. كما علينا أن ندعم هذه الوسائل التشخيصية لتكون متوفرة وغير معقدة وذات كلف مناسبة تشجع باللجوء إليها لتحديد العلاجات والمضادات الحيوية المناسبة. المقترح أو النقطة الثانية أن يتم مراجعة وتقنين استخدام بعض المضادات الحياتية كمحفزات نمو تضاف إلى أعلاف الحيوانات، وكذلك ترشيد استخدامها كعلاجات وقائية استباقية، ويقيد استخدامها على نطاق المجاميع الحيوانية. المقترح الثالث أو النقطة الثالثة أن يتم دعم البلدان التي تحتاج إلى إسناد مادي أو فني، لأن العالم هو وحدة واحدة، وكما أطلق الصحة الموحدة للعالم. إذا بقيت بعض الدول تعاني من عدم توفير المال أو الجانب الفني، لن يقتصر تأثير هذا الAMR على تلك الدولة فحسب، وإنما سيؤثر على باقي الدول الأخرى. لذلك أن يتوافر الدعم المالي والفني للدول التي لا تستطيع اللحاق والاستمرار في العمل بهذا المشروع. رابعاً، أن يتم اعتماد لغة توعية على مستويات متعددة تستهدف نشر ثقافة الاستخدام المقنن لمضادات الميكروبات حيث أن الوعي في هذا المجال سيكون من أنجع الوسائل للحصول على نتائج لتقليل هذا الضرر المتمثل بمقاومة المضادات. خامساً، أن يتحول شعار الصحة الواحدة إلى تطبيق فعال يتمثل بشراكة فاعلة بين مؤسسات الصحة العامة والصحة الحيوانية. سادساً، وهي عنوان هذه الجلسة الأخيرة، التعاون الدولي من خلال المؤسسات الدولية ونشر كافة التقارير دورياً لملاحظة مدى الاستفادة من هذه المؤتمرات ومعالجة نقاط الخلل وتعزيز نقاط القوة فيها، لأن نشر هذه التقارير سيسهم بالتأكيد في معالجة نقاط الضعف التي لم تستطع هذه المؤتمرات معالجتها. نكرر شكرنا وتقديرنا إلى كل القائمين على هذا المؤتمر ونتمنى لهم الموفقية والنجاح، والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
شكرا لك معالي الوزير، شكرا كذلك على المقترحات لضمان أن يتحول شعار الصحة الواحدة إلى تطبيق عملي كما قلت. Prof. Willer, I mean, having such meetings, regular meetings, to share the knowledge and share the experiences, I'm sure it will encourage to have more cooperation between countries and between also different sectors. But do you think that is enough, or do you think, no, we need to do something else?
Yeah, thank you very much. First, I'd like to express my gratitude for being here, and I'd like to congratulate Sultanate of Oman and WHO for bringing together this third conference. It's highly appreciated, and it's highly timely. I think that all of the issues have been raised, and I'd like to address 4 topics in my brief intervention here. But before I do this, I think we all agree on the topic that prevention is a key topic here, and so we should really foster our forces to increase prevention, and this can only be done if we have the appropriate data, do monitoring appropriately. So I'd like to address 4 topics here. The first topic is building up trust. How can you change anything? How can you do action if you don't trust each other? So basically, if you are talking about these 3 different areas that we are addressing in the One Health aspect, what can we do to bring these 3 areas better together? And this is the conference here is on a ministerial level, and if you look at the interventions from the different ministries, from these different sectors, obviously it's a huge move into the right direction. But why shouldn't we start with building up trust in the younger generation already? Why shouldn't we start to building up trust with students, for example? There's a students' health conference on AMR, and we should foster these conferences. We should support it. And if we bring together students from these different actors, they start right from the beginning to understand the issues of the other sectors. This is one possibility and a very, very important. Let's all us think about how we can build up trust more intensively in the future. So the second aspect I'd like to address is the respecting the role of different One Health sectors. It's very clear that each of these sectors, be it from the medical area, from the agricultural area, veterinary area, and the environmental area, they all hold a huge amount of expertise, which should be valued. They are experts in their field. They have a fundamental competence and know-how. And they also sometimes have their own language. They have their own processes and structures, and they should be understood by the other sector leaders. And therefore, we should really promote that these textual differences make a difference. We have to respect each other's, and then we can build up on this respect to looking for solutions. The third area that I like to mention is what has already been mentioned before, the institutionalization of a One Health approach. And therefore, I'd like to raise a recommendation that we really have to strengthen and promote the role of national public health institutes, ideally including the veterinary sector, the environmental sector, because if we institutionalize these particular efforts, we can guarantee sustainable process and progress. This is very important because we have to promote all these different actors and we have to bring them together. So if you look at national public health institutes, those are the workhorses when it comes, for example, for monitoring and surveillance. And the data that are generated should be really harmonized through these national agencies. And then you really can compare the data and you can ensure intersectoral approaches at a national and an international level. So the processes have to be institutionalized, including, of course, all other sectors, the private sector, the NGOs. And I'd just like to give you an example of how you could do this. In 2017, when Germany led the G20, they organized a meeting between the directors of the National Public Health and National Veterinary Public Health Institutes. And this has been a very successful meeting. And I think carrying on such kinds of meeting, we will really foster the coordination between these parties. And this is important. The fourth and last topic I'd like to raise is, of course, I mean, we have already developed some goals. Some are ambitious, but we really should develop clear and ambitious common goals and guidelines for each and every of these One Health sectors. The Global Action Plan on AMR from 2015 remains a very useful place to start, and we should really have it in mind and move on with this plan. This is a guiding document for our One Health collaboration. And here I'm representing today the Global Leaders Group on AMR, and we are supporting to achieve these common goals through various activities and, for example, through the Pocket Guide, which you may have seen already during, oh, my notes are floating away, that's a pity. The Pocket Guide, which you may have seen for ministers, very, very useful document, and we have to advocate for this in every stage that is possible. Common goals are also guidelines. We need a lot of guidelines. We have guidelines, but we should really bring them into living. So first of all, I'd like to mention we need to find some more agreement on which key indicator pathogens and key antibiotic substances we want to monitor. I mean, there have been established some guidelines, but we have to foster them, we have to strengthen them, and we have to do more work on this, reporting the promotion from different approaches in different intersectoral areas. Second, we need an iterative bottom-up approach, starting with important indicator pathogens and a selection of antibiotic substances, which will foster exchange and allows for a resource-friendly setting up process. And finally, and that's all about basically, we really need a collaborative spirit and understanding for local needs. This is where the action is going on. On the local level, this is where people have to work with it. This is where people make the difference. So we really should think about more incentives, for example, for private labs to cooperate and data generation and sharing. It's clear that each of these sectors requires baseline infrastructures, and this should really be fostered, because without baseline infrastructures, without baseline diagnostics, how can we generate sound data that we can need for surveillance? So basically, I'm calling here moving from an output-oriented world where we produce documents, let's move to an outcome-oriented One Health world. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, Prof. Willer. So trust, respect, institutionalizing the work, and also having common goals. Thank you, Your Excellencies, for this fruitful discussion. I'm very happy, actually, we reached to a very clear points through the plenary sessions, and with that, we'll end the plenary sessions, and I will invite you all to take a very short coffee break, and then we'll continue the program. Thank you very much.
Testing one.
أنا أقرأ. كيف أقرأ من وين؟ مو هذه هي. زين تعطونا ايباد. أنا عندي ترى مالي بس عادي لا فعلا هو نقل منطق.
Testing 1. Testing 1, 2.
كده يعني كنا نتكلم.
third high level.
Ladies and gentlemen, you are kindly requested to take your seats as the open session is about to start. السادة الحضور نطلب منكم التفضل بالجلوس في مقاعدكم. Ladies and gentlemen, we kindly ask you to take your seats as the open session is about to start. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, now it's time for the open session for statements from the head of delegations of countries who will be given the opportunity to make statements about the AMR and the Muscat Ministerial Manifesto. And kindly, I ask you to please keep the statements at 2-3 minutes only so everyone will get the chance to talk, as unfortunately you have to leave us and you all have flights. And first of all, I ask you to kindly allow me to start with the Saudi delegation, who have a message to deliver to all of you, followed by the delegation from Sweden because they have an early flight to catch. After that, I will go based on alphabetical order, so I kindly ask you, if you would like to make a statement, to flip the name banner like this. Then I will go one by one, okay? The Saudi delegation.
Your Excellencies, Ministers of Health, Agriculture, and Environment, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. First, I congratulate Sultanate Oman for hosting and organizing this global and high-level ministerial conference on AMR, with a central aim to move from policy to One Health action. Indeed, AMR is a global public health threat causing millions of deaths annually and threatens to force millions into poverty if no action is taken. Hence, we endorse Oman Manifesto and look forward to operationalizing its targets. AMR is one of the most complex public health issues. It requires significant collaboration across sectors and cross countries. It demands urgent collective and global action to develop effective and sustainable solutions. Therefore, we reiterate the utmost importance of reaffirming commitments of international forums, including the UN and G20. Together, we will strengthen and expand existing efforts to combat AMR. Saudi Arabia has prioritized AMR during the Saudi G20 presidency and continues to work with members to keep the AMR higher on its agenda. Furthermore, Saudi Arabia has consistently supported the World Health Organization in providing international coordination to implement the Global Action Plan. We also support the important work of the quadripartite and other multilateral efforts. Finally, Saudi Arabia is delighted to host the upcoming 4th AMR high-level ministerial meeting in 2024. And to welcome all countries and international organizations to Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, building on Oman Conference. And with your support and engagement, we can achieve further outcomes to humanity. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the head of the Saudi delegation, and we wish you the best of luck in organizing the next manifesto. Now, as we said, we're going to move to the Swedish delegation.
Honorable Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, my dear friends in this important AMR work, I would like to express my warmest thanks for this meeting with all its important discussions and conclusions on this important matter. Sweden supports the Muscat Ministerial Manifesto and believe that it may constitute an important stepping stone for the high-level meeting on AMR in the United Nations General Assembly 2024. Political leadership and accountability for the decisions taken is important for the success of this work. We also welcome Saudi Arabia and to host another high-level ministerial meeting. Thank you for that. We consider implementation of national action plans of high priority. All countries must allocate sufficient resources and achieve the necessary support to set priorities and speed up national response to AMR. And the AMR, Multi-Partner Trust Fund, is very important to support low-income countries in their implementation of national action plans. But the fund does not have enough resources. For this purpose, we urge more countries to contribute to this important fund. Sweden has made considerable progress and gained much experience and expertise in this area, in the AMR area, yet we think that more can be learned from exchange with all of you, all different countries, and we welcome experience sharing with you. Through our WHO Collaborating Center on AMR containment placed in the Public Health Agency in Sweden, where we can work together on this matter. I'm also happy to share that in spring 2023, we look forward to keeping AMR high on the political agenda during our presidency in the European Union Council. These days, we have taken significant steps through the reconfirmed commitment here on the third Global High-Level Conference on AMR and by endorsing the Muscat Manifesto. But we need to do more. If we don't put in the work, no one else will. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Sweden. 2 endorsements, and we're very happy already. Now we'll move by alphabetical order, as we said, and we have Afghanistan. Assalamu alaikum.
Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Nahmaduhu wa nusalli ala rasulihil kareem. Your Excellency, Minister of Health of the Sultanate of Oman, Dr. Hilal Al-Sabti, Your Excellency, Dr. Tredis, distinguished ministers, deputy ministers, honorable representative of international organization, and dear participants, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. It is indeed a great honor to be part of this important conference to discuss the seriousness of the threat of AMR to global health and share our experiences and solution for combating this disaster. The recent data highlighted that AMR, if not controlled, will cause a serious public health concerns to the health system of many countries, particularly the low and middle income countries, where the rules for consumptions and accessibility to antibiotics are flexible and the awareness around the misuse of antibiotic is limited. In addition, the absence of the standard bacteriology laboratories, infrastructures, and human resources in low and middle income countries also contribute to increase AMR around the globe. I believe that frequent high-level policy dialogues and commitment are essential to discuss our progress and the way forward to control the AMR. Distinguished colleagues, as AMR remains one of the key strategic priorities on the global health security agenda, and the Islamic Imarat of Afghanistan is committed to join the international efforts to tackle the antimicrobial resistance in the country. A study called "They Eat It Like a Sweet," published by the MSF colleagues regarding the AMR consumption in Afghanistan. I personally agree to that phrase, because not only in our community, but also in other communities that lack resilient health system, we take antibiotic like a sweet. Antibiotics are widely consumed in our community due to various reasons. These reasons include, but not limited to, the exciting belief and regarding the diseases, the use of antibiotics, self-prescription for fast recovery, putting pressure on doctors to prescribe antibiotic, lack of information around consumption of antibiotics, and uncontrolled borders that pave the way for smuggling of medicine and ensure the availability of poor quality medicine and accessibility to antibiotics. In a study published in 2014 highlighted that the use of the antibiotic was around 62%. However, the WHO guidelines recommended up to 30% use of antibiotics. Lack of standard laboratories in our hospital, prescriptions of antibiotics not indicated in a guidelines for certain disease, relaxed rules of accessing antibiotics and other factors contribute to AMR in Afghanistan, and we consider that as a serious public health threat in the country. We are working to improve the implement AMR National Action Plan that has 6 strategic objectives which cover the 5 strategic objectives recommended by WHO to tackle the AMR and 1 strategic objective of Ministry of Public Health Afghanistan to foster Ministry of Public Health's commitment to combat AMR on national and sub-national level. We will work with our international partners to increase the awareness on the rational use of antibiotics, improve and promote surveillance and research around the AMR. To conclude, Afghanistan remains committed to ensure the rational use of antibiotic and combat the AMR in the country. I believe that a resilient health system are more responsive to combat the AMR. However, the health system in developing countries are not resilient enough to address this emerging health issue adequately. These countries have either issues in developing a comprehensive AMR National Action Plan or lack political will and financial resources of implement the National Action Plan to tackle the AMR. Therefore, I request our partners, particularly Fleming Budget Fund and cooperated organization to support Afghanistan and other low and middle income countries in the fight against AMR by backing their policies, initiative in AMR through providing technical and financial support for implementation of global antimicrobial surveillance system training. The AMR focal point, establishing standard bacteriology labs, infections prevention program, promoting research and increase the surveillance. I also take this opportunity to thank the Sultanate of Oman for hosting such a vital conference. In the end, I would like to state that let's not involve politics in health, as we all believe that health is for all and have no relation with politics. If we keep on involving the politics with health, it will affect the health and lives of millions, including mothers, children's, elderly population. Thank you.
Thank you so much for stressing the important point. Let's not mix politics with health. Next, we'll move to the delegation from Bahrain.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والصلاة والسلام على أشرف المرسلين سيدنا محمد صلى الله عليه وسلم. Excellency, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, as I am speaking on behalf of Her Excellency Dr. Jalila bint Sayyid Jawad Hassan, Minister of Health of Kingdom of Bahrain, please allow me to extend her thanks to the government of the Sultanate Oman for their kind invitation and stewardship of this important conference, wishing you every success toward achieving our common goals. The Ministry of Health in the Kingdom of Bahrain places AMR as a top priority, having started the program for the management back in 2011. Many efforts and initiatives have been set in place since then, including the formation of a national AMR committee involving all concerned parties. Antibiotic steward in major hospitals has also resulted in a great reduction of antibiotic consumption over the years. Antibiotic steward in the primary care setting have also been in place since 2016 with positive result as well. As far as public awareness is concerned, we are proud to have been able to enact robust training and awareness programs about antibiotics for healthcare workers and for the public. In addition to that, we have been participating in the Global Antimicrobial Resistance Use Surveillance Reporting System with the World Health Organization. We have also successfully launched national clinical guidelines for antibiotic use for the top 20 disease and syndrome. Finally, Bahrain support the Muscat Ministerial Manifesto on AMR, and again, finally, I would like to thank and appreciate to Sultanate of Oman Ministry of Health and Ministry of Agriculture, Fisheries, Wealth, and Water Resources, and all participants in this important conference. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Doctor, and thank you, Bahrain, for your endorsement. I would like to remind you that we have a timer, so please, we'll try to stick to the time because everyone wants to get the chance to talk and everyone has flights. Now we'll move to Bangladesh.
Thank you very much. His Excellency, Minister of Health of Sultanate of Oman, Ministers, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum and good morning. Under the leadership of our Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina, our health system has made huge progress in Bangladesh. But now the antimicrobial resistance is challenging our health system like every other country. It is considered one of the biggest challenges to modern medicine, and studies have shown that low-income countries particularly are more vulnerable to the impact of AMR. Political will and leadership are very crucial in combating this complex issue of AMR. Oman Manifesto will be an important document for all the leaders of different countries and will motivate them to take quick actions. The three target is rational and political. In Bangladesh, we have already taken various initiatives which are very much aligned with these targets. Regarding the first target, we don't have much data on the total volume of antimicrobial drugs used in the agri sector. However, different small studies have shown that a huge number of antimicrobials are being used in animal feed production. We need to implement the following to decrease the total antimicrobial use by 30 to 50% within 2030. Antimicrobial drug selling without prescription of registered veterinarians, no antimicrobial drug use through animal feed, raising awareness among farmers and farm owners, and ensuring proper biosafety and IRC in the farms, proper supervision and monitoring of good farm practices. Target 2, regarding the Target 2, Bangladesh already have taken various steps to reduce the use of medically important antimicrobials in animals. We will ban rest of the critically important antimicrobials for use in animal accordingly. Regarding Target 3, in Bangladesh, which group of the antibiotics are used most frequently? According to the National Antimicrobial Consumption Surveillance in Bangladesh, excess category antibiotic consumption is 38% to 42%. and watch category antibiotic consumption is 58% to 62%. Successful implementation of the following measures will help reach the target of 2030. Ensure antimicrobial stewardship in every hospital, ensuring to antibiotic selling without prescription, raising awareness among general population, ensure IRC in every hospital, continuous monitoring and supervision. Thanks to the organizer for organizing this important meeting. I hope under the leadership of all the global leaders present in this meeting, we will be able to contain the AMR issue successfully, and we endorse the declaration. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your endorsement, Bangladesh. Now, Barbados.
Thank you. Excellencies, honorable ministers, distinguished colleagues, good morning to you all. I convey greetings from Her Excellency Mir Amor Motley, Prime Minister of Barbados and co-chair of the Global Leaders Group on AMR, to all of you. In Barbados, we have updated and started implementing our national strategy on AMR, which employs the One Health approach and is aligned with the Global Action Plan on AMR. Inter alia, it provides improved governance and leadership of AMR by the establishment of a national focal point in the Office of the Prime Minister. We are continuing to increase awareness of AMR, and this includes the development of a mass media campaign. Meanwhile, we have commenced the process of augmenting our laboratory-based AMR surveillance systems across public health, animal health, and the plant and the environmental sectors. In addition, we are reviewing existing health and related regulations with a view to revising them to strengthen AMR initiatives, especially as they relate to the rationalization of the use of antimicrobials. We will continue to advance efforts to curtail the incidence and prevalence of AMR in Barbados and the Caribbean region. Barbados strongly supports the Muscat Ministerial Manifesto on AMR. The targets in this document are an important step in addressing this crisis more boldly. They show that we're ready to aim high and to take action. In this regard, Barbados reaffirms its commitment to advocacy and action and a One Health approach which we need to tackle the scourge of AMR. We look forward to working with you to ensure that the high-level meeting in 2024 will be a success and will position us to respond more effectively to AMR in the succeeding years. We thank you for inviting us to be here in Muscat as we seek to find consensus around the urgency of the AMR response and to define a clear path forward. And again, thank you to our host, the Sultanate of Oman, for your gracious hospitality and in welcoming us to your beautiful country. Shukran Jasilan.
Thank you so much, Barbados, for your endorsement. Now we'll move to Cyprus.
Excellencies, dear colleagues and friends, I would first like to congratulate the Sultanate of Oman for organizing the third Global High-Level Ministerial Conference on AMR. This was a very fruitful conference, and I hope that it will prove to be important in our efforts to tackle antimicrobial resistance, a problem of critical public health importance. Cyprus thus acknowledged the importance of antimicrobial resistance, the ongoing silent pandemic, and we commit to taking all necessary actions on the basis of One Health approach and working with other countries and international organizations in fighting this problem. The Republic of Cyprus endorses the Muscat Manifesto and commits to reviewing the Cyprus One Health AMR Action Plan, as well as setting specific targets and allocating resources for the implementation of the action plan. We agree with the decision to strengthen national, regional, and global surveillance systems on AMR and antibiotic consumption. We are determined to make efforts to reduce antibiotic consumption in humans in our countries and increase the percentage of access group antibiotic consumption. We agree that it is important that technical support and guidance on AMR is provided by the tripartite organizations and that collaborations and partnership between countries and international organizations are formed to address AMR in the context of the Agenda 2030 on Sustainable Development and related targets. We advocate for increased, effective, and affordable innovations across all sectors and stakeholders to secure a sustainable pipeline for new antimicrobials, vaccines, diagnostics, waste management tools, and safe, effective alternatives to antimicrobials, and to ensure equitable access to them. The commitments taken today should form the basis for further discussion during the 2024 United Nations General Assembly on antimicrobial resistance, so that bold and specific political commitments are taken. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Cyprus, for your endorsement. Now we'll move to Denmark.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I would like to thank the organizers and the Sultanate of Oman for hosting this important event. Denmark has recently had election and is currently forming the government, I cannot make any announcement. I will, however, highlight that Denmark has taken the initiative to create ICARS, the International Center for Antimicrobial Resistance Solutions, that is also here today. So I will briefly just give the word to ICARS to explain the very important work that they're doing.
Thank you. I represent the International Center for Antimicrobial Resistance Solutions, ICARS. From ICARS' side, we are pleased to see the focus on solutions in this conference. In ICARS, we work with low and middle-income countries to co-develop and test cost-effective and context-specific solutions to mitigate AMR across the One Health spectrum based on national action plans. The main challenge is now to move from policy to action on the ground, changing behavior to preserve the efficiency of the antibiotics that we have and for new antibiotics to come. If we are to end the misuse and overuse of antibiotics in both the human, veterinary, and environmental sectors, we must demonstrate that this is in fact possible in a cost-effective and meaningful way in the daily life of the farmer, the patient, and the health worker. That's what we are aiming to do in ICARS. Via research projects focusing on the challenges of implementation, we test solutions in the local context. The purpose is to generate evidence that will be scaled up to inform policies and practices at national level. Based on the support of the Danish government, we have already come a long way and started research projects in many countries. However, we see that the potential is much bigger than what we can currently meet, and we do hope that many other countries will join Denmark as partners in and supporters of ICARS. Thank you.
Thank you, Denmark. Now we'll move to Egypt.
Thank you very much. I would like to express my sincere gratitude to Professor Dr. Hilal El-Sabti, Minister of Health of Oman, and also for organizing this important meeting. Ladies and gentlemen, Ministers of Health of Member States, honorable delegates and attendees, allow me at the beginning, and in reference to the context of the Muscat Ministerial Manifesto on Antimicrobial Resistance, the Arab Republic of Egypt declares its support to the Muscat Ministerial Manifesto in this regard, including its main objective for combating antimicrobial resistance and its negative impact on human health and environment by mobilizing all the efforts from all relevant organizations and stakeholders worldwide. And in this regards, and in terms of the commitment to the global effort to combat AMR, Egypt supports the efforts to include all relevant stakeholders by refreshing and activating the national plan in line with the new One Health strategy, and also have financial support and the financial resources and the milestones and targets according to the SDGs indicators, as well as reflecting the One Health approach. 2, strengthening the surveillance and implementation of data-driven practice, which include reporting to the global antimicrobial surveillance system and reporting to the quadripartite AMR country self-assessment survey. 3, reducing the total amount of antimicrobial use in the agri-food system, reducing at least 30 to 50% from the current level by 2030. This is an aspirational target, as the system to monitor the use in agri-food system are still being developed, and the strategy to reduce the use is not in place at scale. 4, Zero use of medically important antimicrobials for human medicine in animals, for non-veterinary medical purposes, or in crop production and agri-food system, and for non-phytosanitary purposes. This is an ambitious target, particularly as quantities of antibiotics used in crop production are not presently known. 5, ensuring that access group antibiotic comprises at least 60% of overall antibiotic consumption in humans by 2030. Finally, I reaffirm Egypt's commitment and support to the Muscat Manifesto, and also to support Saudi Arabia for their kind invitation to host the coming AMR meeting, and I thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Egypt, for your endorsement, and now we'll move to France.
Thanks. First of all, France thanks His Excellency the Vice Minister of Fukushima to remind us about the illegitimate, illegal and unproved aggression of Ukraine by Russia. France emphasizes that it endangers global food and health security and weakens all countries, particularly in Africa and the Arab world. Regarding antimicrobial resistance, we would like to thank warmly the Sultanate of Oman for the organization of this third high-level ministerial global conference on AMR, while we end now the World Week for the good use of antibiotics. We thank also the members of the quadripartite. We would like to remind that France supports the One Health approach to handle major public health issues such as emerging infectious disease from animal origin or AMR in a transdisciplinary and multisectorial way. France has adopted in 2016 a roadmap, interministerial, for the AMR, which is based on the elements of the Global Action Plan on AMR adopted by WHO in 2015. We obtained a result with this action plan as the consumption of antibiotic and AMR have reduced since 10 years for the 10 last years in human and animal health in France. The French strategy relies mainly on two complementary axes. First, prevention and control of infections, and secondly, the careful and rationalized use of antibiotics. We should collectively maintain and enhance our efforts. The tools for monitoring the AMR and the use of antimicrobials should be strengthened, should be made more extensive, and in the same time, we should also reinforce prevention action and the good use of antibiotics in order to better care of human and animals now and tomorrow. We look forward to meeting again in 2024 to the high-level event, at the General UN Assembly. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now, India.
Thank you. Excellencies, very good morning to all of you. We are grateful to our host, His Majesty Sultan Haitham bin Tariq, and the government of Sultanate of Oman for their tremendous efforts. At the outset, let me congratulate the Sultanate of Oman for successfully hosting the third Global Ministerial Conference on AMR. India welcomes the Muscat Ministerial Manifesto on AMR, which shall help to ensure the high-level political commitments at the high-level meeting on AMR at the 2024 United Nations General Assembly. AMR is a complex, multidimensional, multifactorial, and multisectorial challenge prioritized by the WHO as one of the top 10 threats to global health. AMR is a global One Health challenge that needs stakeholders from health, animal, food and environment sectors to work collaboratively with each other to ensure that we have access to safe and effective antimicrobials in the future. We appreciate the efforts of WHO for AMR containment along with the quadripartite partners and the Joint Secretariat on AMR and encourage the strengthening for their further collaborative actions toward AMR containment with One Health approach. Excellencies, India has identified AMR as a key priority in its national policy, Health Policy 2017. The Government of India has taken series of initiatives, including the constitution of AMR governance mechanism that lead to development of National Action Plan on AMR as early as in April 2017. The Delhi Declaration on AMR signed by 4 coordinating ministers in the Union Government from Health, Food and Environment. Signed the interministerial consultations on AMR is the testament to India's political commitment for One Health containment of AMR. We have developed the Indian Priority Pathogen List 2021 to incentivize research in the development of newer antimicrobials. National Center for Disease Control and Indian Council Medical Research are coordinating AMR surveillance, lab networks, monitoring antimicrobial consumptions in health facilities, strengthening infection prevention and control, as well as promoting antimicrobial stewardship to optimize the use of antimicrobials. ICAR coordinates the Indian Network for Fisheries and Animal Antimicrobial Resistance to monitor AMR in the animal sector. The Food Safety Standards Authority of India monitor AMR through its extensive network of laboratories across the country to ensure the food safety. COVID-19 pandemic highlighted the need for whole of government and One Health approach is essential. For tackling intersectoral health challenges, we encourage all the governments and partners to collaborate at the international and subnational levels to tackle the development challenge posed by AMR. The use of traditional medicine and the therapies such as yoga as envisioned and envisaged under the leadership of Honorable Prime Minister Modi ji by the Ministry of Ayush for preventive, promotive and curative care can be the great support in management of AMR. India believes that most critical element in the implementation of AMR containment is action at subnational level, especially in large countries with the federal governance. India's example for prioritizing the development and implementation of state action plans for containment of antimicrobial resistance to ensure effective containment of AMR across the sectors at this cutting edge level at best practice that can be further discussed in and emulated by other countries. Environmental sanitation and hygiene are the vital for healthy life. The Swachh Bharat Abhiyan and the Clean India mission is an important step in the right direction for addressing the significant challenge of reducing the community spread infections and thereby the use of antibiotics. Finally, India is assuming the presidency of G20 from next week with the motto of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, that is one earth, one family, one future. Our journey towards the healthy humanity is one that requires a collective vision and action, and we hope that the fight against AMR, a global health hazard, will unite the world as one family. India supports in principle the Muscat AMR Manifesto. Thank you. Shukran.
Thank you, India, for your support. Indonesia.
Thank you. Assalamualaikum. Good morning, Excellencies, distinguished delegates. First of all, allow me to extend our great appreciation to Sultanate of Oman for hosting the 3rd Global High-Level Ministerial Conference on Antimicrobial Resistance. We all agree that antimicrobial resistance is a global threat and an urgent public health challenge that should be addressed through One Health approaches. In line with the G20 call to action on AMR agreed in Indonesia this month, low and middle-income countries are disproportionately impacted by AMR as they often lack sufficient access to human and animal healthcare services and to quality and safe medicines. Indonesia is committed to implementing Agenda 2030 on SDGs to address AMR. Our concrete measures include mainstreaming the SDGs into our National Development Plan 2020-2024, finalizing legal and institutional framework for national implementation, engaging all stakeholders in discussion, implementing our National Action Plan on AMR, monitoring, evaluation, and reporting to the quadripartite AMR country self-assessment survey. Indonesia has strengthened our laboratories with the support of development partners and increasingly monitors antimicrobial consumption in human, animal, and aquatic animals. To improve AMR surveillance, Indonesia is participating in the AMR prevalence survey piloting by WHO. Distinguished delegates, we have the political commitment to implement AMR prevention and control, and to build momentum, we all need evidence-based information, especially on the economic impact of AMR for the policymakers. We call the quadripartite to provide further advice and guidance on global, regional, and country-level system for integrated One Health surveillance. Indonesia also recognizes the importance of research and development of new antimicrobial agents. Therefore, we call for investment in AMR research and development and the opportunities for production of existing and the new antimicrobials for LMICs that need them most. Finally, Indonesia endorses the Muscat Ministerial Manifesto, and we trust it will support in 2024 United Nations General Assembly High-Level Meeting on AMR. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Indonesia, for your endorsement. Iraq. Yeah. We have Iraq next.
شكرا جزيلا. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. بعد البدء بالشكر إلى سلطنة عمان على إقامة هذا المؤتمر الثالث اللي تنبع أهميته ليس لأنه بصالح الإنسان فقط أو صحة الإنسان، وإنما الاستثمار في الإنسان هو واحد من عوامل القوة والنجاح. هو أكبر استثمار لأنه يحقق الأمن ويحقق التنمية الاقتصادية، وبالتالي أهمية هذا المؤتمر ليست في جانبها الطبي أو الصحي فحسب، وإنما تشمل كل الجوانب الأخرى التي تساهم في التنمية. لذلك أمنا أن هذه التوصيات من حلول وتحديات ذكرت في أيام هذا المؤتمر الاثنين أن تأخذ مداها في معالجة هذا التحدي من خلال وصول هذه التوصيات بكل ما ذكر من مقترحات لوزراء الصحة والزراعة والمنظمات الدولية التي أسهمت وبشكل فاعل في خبراتها بإيصال الكثير من البيانات والمعلومات. حقيقة هذه البيانات والمعلومات عن هذا التحدي يجب أن تأخذ مداها لكل الشعوب المستهدفة بهذا التحدي. كما نأمل من الأخوة القائمين على هذا المؤتمر أن توزع هذه التوصيات على الدول المشاركة ويعاد استثمارها من جديد من خلال المراجعة الدورية والرقابة على ما يصدر من توصيات حتى يمكن مراقبة مدى الالتزام بما ذكر من توصيات لتلافي التحدي القائم لهذا الموضوع. أملنا كبير أن يكون للمجتمع الدولي وقفة في مساعدة الدول التي لا تستطيع القيام بواجباتها فنياً ومالياً، لأن العالم وحدة واحدة كما ذكر في كل جلسات المؤتمر، وكذلك الإسهام في زيادة التوعية المجتمعية ولا سيما مع وسائل التواصل اليوم اللي تسهم وبشكل كبير وفاعل في الوصول إلى كل شخص. لذلك أملنا أن تساهم، ولا سيما المنظمات الدولية، لأن لها من المساحة الكبيرة في كل دول العالم من إيصال صوتها وإيصال كل الأساليب التي تسهم في معالجة أو التصدي لهذا التحدي. نكرر شكرنا وتقديرنا لكل العاملين والقائمين على هذا المؤتمر، ولكل المنظمات والشخصيات المحترمة التي أسهمت في هذا المؤتمر. والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
وعليكم السلام. Now, Italia.
Honorable Excellencies, apologies for my voice, and participants, on behalf of the Directorate General of Health Prevention from the Italian Ministry of Health, I would like to thank warmly the Sultanate of Oman for this successful conference and the excellent hospitality. Italy acknowledged that AMR causes at least 1.3 million human attributable deaths globally every year, and that Italy contributes approximately 1/3 of the attributable human deaths occurring in Europe yearly. Since 2017, our National Action Plan OMR has been a growing One Health vision with the participation of the main relevant national stakeholders, health professional orders and associations, and the engagement of the civil society. Our second NAP, 2022-2025, focuses on actions to strengthen and widen the national surveillance systems on AMR, including microbiological and epidemiological alert systems, actions to improve antimicrobial stewardship practices and education of health professionals and citizens on this theme, and actions to reduce antimicrobial consumption both in the human and the veterinary health. The electronic traceability system for veterinary medicines will play an increasingly important role in reducing antibiotics prescriptions to cure food-producing animals and pets. Supporting the efforts of all the other countries, Italy recognized the urgency of improving strong governance and leadership to the AMR response, accelerating global and national political commitment in the implementation of sustainable and effective investments to scale up AMR intersectoral actions and preserve antimicrobials as life-saving medicines. For these reasons, Italy endorsed the Muscat Manifesto.
Grazie mille. Now, Jordan and Your Excellencies, I would like to remind you, if you would like to share with us, please flip your name banner like that. Thank you.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. بداية نهنئ سلطنة عمان على هذا التنظيم الرائع والراقي والذي جمع كل هذه الجهود الدولية. أيضا نشكر كافة المنظمات الدولية وعلى رأسها منظمة الصحة العالمية ومنظمة الفاو والمنظمة العالمية لصحة الحيوان الOIE، وبالتالي المملكة الأردنية الهاشمية تؤيد وتبارك بيان مسقط الهام، وأيضا المملكة الأردنية الهاشمية تشكر وتقدر وتثمن استضافة الأشقاء في المملكة العربية السعودية للمؤتمر القادم. بارك الله فيكم جميعا وكل الاحترام وكل التقدير.
شكرا جزيلا معاليك. Thank you, Jordan, for your endorsement. Now, Kuwait.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله جميعا. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, first of all I want to thank Sultanate Omar for their hospitality. شكرا معاليكم. And I would like to give a summary about the situation in Kuwait. A national action plan for Kuwait to combat antimicrobial resistance has been formulated in line with the global action plan, thereby contributing to combating AMR worldwide. It addresses the involvement of all the related sectors, including human and veterinary medicine, food chain, finance, environment, and general public consumers. The National Committee for the Proper Use of Antimicrobial formulated the plan by preparing a draft of situation analysis, strategic objectives, interventions, and activities for the National Action Plan on AMR. The Kuwait office of the WHO thankfully assisted in preparing the plan by assigning a consultant from the regional office to review the draft and complete the development and finalization of the plan. Thank you. And I would like to say that we have a National Committee for the Proper Use of Antimicrobial, and it was formulated to ensure a One Health approach to AMR. It's a national multi-sectorial coordinate group developed by a ministerial decree signed by His Excellency, the Minister of Health. In line with the global collaborative effort to sustain AMR surveillance, MOH planned to be enrolled in GLASS. This activity started by assigning GLASS national focal point responsible for GLASS enrollment. Kuwait was registered in GLASS in 2021 after fulfilling the requirement by the GLASS website. And the required data for the 2021 for GLASS were collected from most of the MOH hospitals in Kuwait, and the data was processed by the GLASS national focal point and entered on GLASS website in 9th of November 2022. Finally, I would like to say that Kuwait supports the Muscat AMR manifesto, and we are happy to accept the invitation of Saudi Arabia to attend the next conference, inshallah, in Riyadh. Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Kuwait, for your endorsement. Now, Libya.
بسم الله. أصحاب المعالي والسعادة والسيدات والسادة الحضور، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. تتقدم دولة ليبيا بالشكر والتقدير الكبير لسلطنة عمان قيادة وشعبا على حسن الضيافة والتنظيم لهذا المؤتمر. الإخوة والأخوات، تفيد منظمة الصحة العالمية أن مقاومة مضادات الميكروبات هي مشكلة صحية عامة عالمية متفاقمة تهدد العلاج الفعال لعدد من الأمراض المعدية التي تهدد الحياة، ومن ثم يصبح علاج المرضى صعباً ومكلفاً بل حتى ومستحيلاً أحياناً. ومن الأهمية بمكان أن أشير هنا إلى أن هذا الخطر لا يهدد الحياة البشرية فقط، بل يتعداها إلى صحة الحيوان والبيئة وتهديد موارد الدولة بما يشكله من عبء اقتصادي ويمثل قلقاً عالمياً في عدم القدرة على علاج الالتهابات الشائعة نتيجة لظهور وتفشي الممرضات المقاومة للأدوية المعروفة باسم الجراثيم المستعصية. السيدات والسادة، إن التحديات التي واجهت العالم أثناء جائحة كورونا وتغيير المناخ جعلته ينظر إلى عمل خطط مكافحة هذه الأمراض والمدافع عن نهج الصحة فيما يخص الإنسان والحيوان والبيئة، وإتاحة توفير الأدوية بكميات والجودة الملائمة لتعزيز الأنماط الصحية والعمل على دعم الوقاية من الأمراض بديلاً عن العلاج، إذ ينبغي أن يكون هناك بروتوكول علاجي موحد للحد من انتشار المقاومات ووضع خطط وطنية للتصدي للاستعمال الخاطئ للمضادات الحيوية، فالتقليل من الأمراض يكون بالتقليل من مسبباتها، كما إن للتوعية دوراً بارزاً لابد أن تلعبه وسائل الإعلام ووسائل التواصل الاجتماعي في توعية طرق استعمال المضادات الحيوية، فربط الخطط الصحية والتعليمية والإعلامية بشكل قوي ومستدام له دور فعال وبارز للتصدي للكثير من المخاطر الصحية التي تواجهنا. وإن دولة ليبيا تدعم بيان سلطنة عمان وبكل قوة.
Thank you, Libya.
الحضور الكريم، قبل أن نختم هذه الكلمة أكرر شكري وتقديري مرة أخرى لكافة جهود المشاركين في هذا المؤتمر، وأتطلع بحرص كبير إلى نتائجه العلمية والعملية لكي نتمكن من رفض الجهود المبذولة للتصدي لهذه الظاهرة، ولا بد من التأكيد على ضرورة رفع مستوى الوعي ليكون مطابقا لتوجهاتنا الوقائية بما فيها رسم السياسات الصحية المناسبة وسن القوانين المتعلقة بالصحة العامة والوصول إلى أفضل التدابير الاحترازية للوقاية منهما خصوصا وإن مضامين هذا المؤتمر تشكل بالنسبة لنا مناسبة لتشخيص الواقع ووصف العلاج تصون مجتمعاتنا عافيتها على المستويين الفردي والوطني. وفقكم الله والسلام عليكم.
وعليكم السلام. Thank you. Now we move to Malaysia.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh, and a very good morning. Honorable Chair and distinguished delegates, antibiotics have played an essential role in the treatment of various diseases. However, the benefit of antibiotics have been substantially lost following the widespread emergence and dissemination of antibiotics-resistant strain. In addition to human lives and suffering, antimicrobial-resistant infection also induce heavy economic burdens through loss of productivity and additional healthcare costs. Moreover, it affects broader sectors including animal health, agriculture, food security, and environment. Malaysia recognizes the need for action in all sectors where antimicrobial are used, namely a One Health platform, which requires a multi-sectoral approach. In 2017, Malaysia established the National Antimicrobial Resistance Committee, a coordinating body to govern the intersectoral AMR containment activities. In the same year, Malaysia developed the Malaysian Action Plan on AMR 2017 to 2021, a 5-year plan that outlines strategies and activities to be carried out in the country. We are finalizing the second phase of Malaysia Action Plan on AMR 2.0 for 2022 to 2026. The new National Action Plan has expanded its scope with additional involvement of environment and plant health. In this latest edition, we are working towards implementing a successful and sustainable antimicrobial stewardship program, both in the public and private healthcare sectors and the animal health sectors as well. This year, the antimicrobial stewardship program is the criteria in the hospital accreditation standards. We also continue to work closely with our animal health counterparts, the Department of Veterinary Services and the Department of Fisheries towards lowering the use of antimicrobial in the years ahead. To reduce the transmission of resistant bacteria, we are intensifying infection prevention and control activities in the healthcare settings and increase the promotion of good biosecurity and farm hygiene through the certification program of Malaysian Good Animal Husbandry Practices and Malaysian Good Aquaculture Practices. Malaysia is currently participating in the TRIME project with the Netherlands, France, Madagascar, and Pakistan. This integrated AMR surveillance covers human and animal health and the environment, looking at the prevalence and the interrelatedness of proxy indicators, organism, for example, extended spectrum beta-lactamase E. coli, and carbapenem-resistant Enterobacteriaceae in all the 3 related sectors. Malaysia sincerely appreciates the organizer, the government of the Sultanate of Oman, and the Gulf Health Council with the involvement of the quadripartite organization for their tireless efforts in this critical agenda, including in preparing the draft document of Muscat Manifesto on AMR. Malaysia concurs with the statements in the manifesto and will continue to support international movement in tackling the global increase in AMR. Hopefully, the efforts today and in the future will help us achieve our goal in battling against drug-resistant pathogens across all sectors. With that, thank you very much. Shukran jazila.
Thank you, Malaysia, for your endorsement. Now, Malta.
Thank you, Chair, and I start by thanking the government of the Sultanate of Oman for organizing this 3rd high-level ministerial meeting, which is obviously a very great success. Thank you and well done. I also thank our colleague from Saudi Arabia for taking forward the initiative and organizing, and now promising to organize, and now taking on to organize the 4th ministerial meeting in 2024. Also, thank you to our colleagues from Sweden who take up the presidency of the Council of the European Union in January and have taken the initiative to put AMR as one of their priorities, so on the European health agenda. And as we've just heard, thank you also to India, who will next month take over the presidency of the G20 and again are committing to put AMR as one of their priorities. I have to make a small parenthesis. I'm not sure I agree with statements that have been made that politics and health should not mix. And politics and health go hand in hand. The political decisions that we take singly as ministers and collectively with the rest of our government affect the health, the life and the health of our citizens. Our political decisions can uplift the health of our citizens or can have devastating effects. So, to my mind, health and politics must go together. And in fact, this is why the United Nations General Assembly high-level meeting on AMR to be convened in 2024 is so important, because it will cement and it will increase the political commitment to putting AMR solutions as part of government policy around the world. Malta, of course, endorses the Muscat Manifesto, which is also a political statement in this effect. We recognize that the targets are ambitious, but the problem posed by AMR is nothing but great, so our ambitions, our targets must be nothing less than ambitious. The manifesto targets are cross-sectional, which is good. So they are a live example of the One Health approach. So zero use of critical antibiotics other than for human veterinary or phytosanitary purposes, decreased by 30 to 50% of antibiotics in the agri-food system, and the use of at least 60% of our human antibiotics to be part of the access group. Ambitious targets, but targets which, if we all work together, are reachable. And this will be the legacy of Oman, the legacy of this meeting, something very tangible, a great step forward in the battle against AMR. Thank you and congratulations.
Thank you, Your Excellency, and thank you, Malta, for your endorsement. Now, His Excellency Dr. Hilal Al-Sabti, the Minister of Health at the Sultanate of Oman, would like to share something with us.
Thanks to all of you for gracing us your valuable presence and your interest to take action. And I am sure that with your will and perseverance, we will be able to do something to combat this pandemic, which is no longer a silent pandemic, and everybody have recognized this from this meeting. I would like also to endorse the request of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia to host the next conference, inshallah. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Now, Morocco.
Thank you very much. Excellencies, honorable ministers, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the Minister of Agriculture and the Minister of Health of the Kingdom of Morocco, first of all, let me express my greetings to the Sultanate of Oman for hosting and organizing this third Global Ministerial Conference on AMR and for the hospitality. It was a fruitful conference addressing important aspects related to AMR prevention and control. The Kingdom of Morocco has adopted a national strategic plan on prevention and control of AMR through a One Health approach, with the participation of Minister of Health, Minister of Agriculture and Environment. The current national action plan was supported by the AMR Multi-Partner Trust Fund, and for that we thank WHO, FAO, and WOA for their support. Finally, the Kingdom of Morocco strongly support and endorse the Muscat Manifesto and on AMR and commit to continue the work on AMR prevention and control through his national action plan by taking actions in order to implement all the targets that are set in the manifesto. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Morocco, for your endorsement, and Mauritania has something to add.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والصلاة والسلام على نبيه الكريم. في البداية أتقدم باسم الشخصي وباسم بلدي موريتانيا بجزيل الشكر والامتنان إلى سلطنة عمان قيادة وشعبا على كرم الضيافة وحسن التنظيم هذه التظاهرة العالمية الكبرى. في الحقيقة هذا الموضوع جد هام نظرا لارتباطه الوثيق بحياة الإنسان، والمهم فيه أن قطاع الصحة لم تعد قطاع واحد يمكن أن يتكفل بأمور الصحة، فعلى القطاعات الأخرى في الدولة أن تهتم بالحد من مصادر الأمراض، وخاصة قطاعي الزراعة والبيطرة. وفي الختام فإن بلادنا تدعم بشكل قوي بيان مسقط، وسنعمل بكل هذه التوصيات الهامة إن شاء الله، ونشكركم والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله تعالى وبركاته.
Thank you, Mauritania, for your endorsement. Now we have the Netherlands.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we've been discussing for more than 10 years how to fight AMR. Worldwide, a lot has been said and done. We have adopted a global action plan, a joint achievement. We have reached many agreements full of good intentions, political resolutions, multiple reports, economic studies, scientific assessments. And the One Health approach is now a well-embedded concept. However, resistance levels continue to rise. We still see misuse and overuse of antimicrobials, and AMR is thus undermining our healthcare, silently killing more than 1 million citizens each year, even in countries where resistance rates are relatively low, like in the Netherlands. And this makes it very clear that we need to do more and act differently. Pandemics like the coronavirus emphasize the need for cooperation and quick response in health security worldwide. The COVID pandemic has disrupted our lives and affected our economies, and AMR may soon do the same. It's therefore crucial to relate and integrate AMR into our pandemic preparedness and response measures. It is pivotal in the development of a common One Health strategy to prevent future pandemics. We need to seize this momentum and the opportunity that the UN General Assembly 2024 gives us. The Muscat Manifesto strongly contributes to that, and we therefore also strongly endorse it. We should not be afraid of bringing up difficult dilemmas. For example, the phasing out of antibiotic use for growth promotion, firm restrictions on antibiotics that are of critical importance to human health, the overuse in plant, animal, and the human sector, and the problems of access to essential antimicrobials in some countries. Surveillance, transparency, reduction targets are useful instruments and should be used by national and global policy. Financing of the multi-partner trust funds is therefore also essential. We've been raising awareness for many years, and this is still needed, but we need to be more ambitious and go beyond the current accepted commitments. There's no more time to waste. Together, we can turn ambition into action. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, to conclude, I would firstly like to strongly thank Oman for this excellent meeting and for this important Muscat Manifesto. It is of utmost importance to regularly continue organizing conferences on AMR on a ministerial level. We therefore very much appreciate that Saudi Arabia volunteered to organize the next meeting, and we are most willing to contribute. The Netherlands will also continue to support the WHO, the quadripartite, and everyone involved in this fight. We very much look forward to continuing this support during the next steps towards the UNGA meeting in 2024, and are counting on all of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your endorsement, Netherlands. Now we have Nigeria.
Thank you. Honorable colleagues, ministers, deputy ministers, heads of delegations, representatives of multilaterals, ladies and gentlemen, Nigeria congratulates and commends the Sultanate of Oman on successfully hosting and so efficiently organizing the third Global High-Level Conference on Antimicrobial Resistance here in Muscat, which we believe actually paves the way to bold and specific commitments in the interest of global health security. Nigeria is already implementing its National Action Plan on AMR and commits to do the same with its second updated National Action Plan currently under development and based on the One Health agenda of the Ministry of Health, Ministry of Agriculture, Rural Development, and Ministry of Environment, but domiciled at the Nigeria Center for Disease Control, NCDC. Nigeria fully supports the Global Action Plan on AMR as a concerted effort of the community of nations to confront the looming threat that AMR could pose to mankind if not handled early and decisively. Nigeria urges all nations to work together and each to place AMR on the front burner of their national health agendas and prioritize implementation and monitoring of outcomes. In this regard, timely sharing of knowledge, information, and experience is critical. Nigeria urges technical and financial support for low and lower middle income countries, especially of the African region, who carry a disproportionate burden of the consequences of AMR, to build their health systems in general, and to meet their obligations on AMR as being currently and continuously developed by the community of nations. The Ministry of Health of Nigeria hereby endorses the Muscat Ministerial Manifesto on AMR and shall recommend the same to the Ministries of Agriculture and Rural Environment and Rural Development, and also the Ministry of Environment, who were not able to attend this conference due to previous obligations, but are strongly partnering with us in the AMR space. I thank you all for your attention.
Thank you, Your Excellency, and thank you, Nigeria, for the endorsement. Now we have Palestine.
Thank you, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. In Palestine, we started to implement One Health approach since 2017, and our national plan for One Health approach was endorsed for the period 2020-2024. Palestine is looking forward to implement the One Health approach in its broader aspect and consistent with the outcome of this conference. I want to ensure that stakeholdership at national, regional, and international level is crucial for confronting this pandemic. Palestine is strongly endorsing the Muscat Ministerial Manifesto on AMR. I would like to thank Sultanate of Oman for hosting this very important conference and for the success of this conference. As well, I would like to thank Saudi Arabia for hosting the conference in 2024. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Palestine, for your endorsement. Now we have the Philippines.
Your Excellencies, the Philippines commends this body for crafting the Muscat Ministerial Manifesto on Antimicrobial Resistance. We endorse and fully support the document, which calls for the commitment on the timely review of AMR action plans, strengthening AMR antimicrobial consumption surveillance capacity, and preserving the efficacy of antimicrobials through prudent use across all sectors. We are happy to share that Philippines also led the adoption of ASEAN Leaders' Declaration on AMR, the subsequent formulation and adoption of ASEAN Strategic Framework to combat AMR through One Health approach for 2019 to 2030. The said documents also declare the commitment in the region to work together to combat and prevent development and spread of AMR for the achievement of sustainable development goals for human, animal, food, and environmental health sectors. The Philippines agrees with the call for strengthening and building the capacity of countries on AMR surveillance for timely detection of emergence of resistant pathogens and for generation of evidence on local burden that will drive urgent and concerted actions. The Philippines also acknowledges the importance of public-private collaboration and global governance in research and development to ensure timely development of new antimicrobials and tools for fast detection to contain resistant pathogens at source and prevent further transmission. The commitment and active engagement of all relevant sectors will be crucial in the realistic achievement of the targets in the manifesto. The continued support and leadership of UN quadripartite in providing sector-specific technical assistance and capacitating countries towards assessment of baseline situations to guide crafting of recommendations for policy decision-making will be fundamental to bringing the commitments and targets set forth in the manifesto to fruition. As for the Philippines, we will always endeavor to sustain our efforts to build a resilient health system aligned with global health agenda on health security and AMR. Thank you, Sultanate of Oman, for successfully hosting the 3rd Global High-Level Ministerial Conference on AMR. Thank you.
Thank you, Philippines, for your endorsement. Now we have Qatar.
أصحاب السعادة، رؤساء وأعضاء الوفود المشاركة، السيدات والسادة، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. بداية أتوجه بالشكر والعرفان لحكومة سلطنة عمان على ما قاموا به من جهد جبار يسهل أعمالنا في هذا المؤتمر. قامت دولة قطر بإنشاء وتطبيق خطة العمل الوطنية للتصدي لمقاومة مضادات الميكروبات سنة 2018 تماشيا مع أهداف الخطة العالمية لمنظمة الصحة العالمية واستراتيجية دول مجلس التعاون الخليجي للحد من مقاومة مضادات الميكروبات وتعزيز الاستخدام الأمثل للمضادات الحيوية على الصعيد المحلي والعالمي. تقوم خطة العمل الوطنية على اتباع نهج الصحة الواحدة الفعال الذي ينطوي على التنسيق بين القطاعات ذات الصلة. وبناء على ذلك دولة قطر تؤكد دعمها والتزامها بجميع النقاط التي أثيرت في البيان الذي أعدته سلطنة عمان بالتعاون مع دول الأعضاء. والأهم من ذلك الاعتراف بالإنجازات التي حققتها دول الأعضاء منذ إصدار خطة العمل العالمية سنة 2015 وتحديد وضع أهداف محددة لتحقيقها في السنوات القليلة المقبلة. إن وضع أهداف عالمية محددة قابلة للقياس سيسهل التعاون الجماعي بين القطاعات المختلفة، حيث ستعمل جميع دول الأعضاء على تنفيذ هذه الأهداف داخلياً، ويمكن لجميع الدول أيضاً التعاون على الصعيدين الإقليمي والعالمي مع المنظمات ذات الصلة مثل منظمة الصحة العالمية وبرنامج الأمم المتحدة للبيئة والمنظمة العالمية لصحة الحيوان ومنظمة الأغذية والزراعة لدعم جهودها على الصعيد العالمي لتحقيق أهدافنا الجماعية. ستنتهز دولة قطر دائما كل فرصة للمشاركة في الجهود العالمية والإقليمية للحد من انتشار مقاومة مضادات الميكروبات وتخفيف عبء هذا التهديد القاتل على الصحة العامة وعلى الأمن الغذائي. وأخيرا نود أن نؤكد دعمنا باستضافة المملكة العربية السعودية للمؤتمر الوزاري الرابع لمقاومة المضادات سنة 2024. والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
وعليكم السلام وشكرا قطر على دعمكم. Now we have Russia.
Your Excellency, dear colleagues, needless to say, AMR challenges are relevant for all countries. Therefore, today the world community is joining forces to counter the spread of AMR. In this regard, the active involvement of UNEP in the fight against the AMR spread must be considered as a significant increase to the UN's capacity in this area. During the conference, some of the delegations tried to bring politics into the discussion. distracting our attention from the main agenda of the meeting. However, we need to concentrate our actions on combating IMR. In the Russian Federation, IMR is legally considered to be a biohazard factor. Since 2017, we have implemented the strategy for preventing the IMR spread in the Russian Federation for the period up to 2030. Within the strategy, we conduct information campaigns for citizens as well as educational programs for specialists and the use of antibiotics and vaccinations. We introduced a system for monitoring the movements of medicine. In order to ensure sanitary, epidemiological, veterinary, and phytosanitary safety, we carry out epidemiological surveillance over the content of antimicrobials in relation to food raw materials and food products during the production and in trade. The Russian Federation carries out monitoring for microorganism resistance to medicine and disinfectants in healthcare and food products. We also develop and produce molecular genetic tests to determine IMR. Standards for the content of antibiotics in drinking water and water bodies have also been introduced. At the same time, we intensify our efforts not only within the country but also on international scale, both on bilateral and multilateral basis. Since 2016, the WHO Collaborating Center for IMR Research has been operating in the Russian Federation. We also take an active part in the development of key documents of the Codex Alimentarius Commissions. Since 2017, together with FAO, the Russian Federation has been implementing a project to assist the countries of Eastern Europe and Central Asia to counteract IMR development. Recently, at the initiative of Russia and Armenia, a plan of joint action of the CIS member states to combat IMR was adopted. This plan provides for the coordination of the efforts to the CIS countries and the field of all sectors where antimicrobials are used. We have developed an online platform, IMR Map, which analyzes and visualizes data on the sensitivity of microorganisms to antimicrobials. In Russia and a number of EECA countries, a digital model monitoring of antibiotics in food products is operating. It contains information on residual amounts of antibiotics in food products and antibiotics resistance of bacteria. Despite all global initiatives implemented, we still have a lot to do. Only by joining our efforts, we can achieve sustainable global containment of IMR. In this regard, the adoption of Muscat Ministerial Manifesto is of particular importance. Manifesto is an ambitious document which sets truly inspiring goals for all stakeholders. We believe that it will serve as a solid basis for the future IMR 2024 political declaration. The Russian Federation fully supports the final Muscat Ministerial Manifesto, and we express hope it reflects the priorities and goals of all countries involved. At the same time, we express our gratitude to Sultanate of Oman for successful holding of the conference and the active support of the IMR issue. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rasha, for the endorsement. Now, Somalia.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. أصحاب المعالي السادة والسيدات الضيوف الكرام، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. نحن السعداء في مشاركة هذا المؤتمر عالي المستوى حول مقاومة مضادات الميكروبات، والذي خصص لزيادة الجهود المبذولة عالميا لتقليل الآثار السلبية لمقاومة مضادات الميكروبات من خلال صحة واحدة لصحة وحياة أفضل وأدوم للجميع. نيابة عن دولة الصومال الفيدرالية، أود أن أشكر دولة سلطنة عمان وشعبها لترحيبهم الحار وضيافتهم وتنسيقهم هذا الحدث الهام. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I am blessed to share with you that our government has finalized the drafting and developed the National Antimicrobial Resistance Strategy and Somali Action Plan on Antimicrobial Resistance. We are also improving the surveillance systems to assess and monitor the antimicrobial use in the different value chains and to ensure the whole process is compliant with the national regulations and standards. We carried out significant survey on the antimicrobial residue and traces in the hospitals-treated infection, as well as in the human and animal feed. Close cooperation, coordination, and collaboration was established between the relevant institutions, example, Ministries of Health, Livestock, Agriculture, Water and Environment, and Climate Change, and other stakeholders, including academics and laboratories, through the existing One Health Task Force. We are aiming the task force to act as the nucleus for identifying the priorities in this area and draft the necessary action and implementation plans. Through this cooperation, we are targeting to put in place practical and applicable practices to systematically reduce the irrational use of antimicrobials in the different sectors. We are doubling our efforts to ensuring the law enforcement, to improving antimicrobial resistance surveillance, quality control at import and export points, awareness creation, and research and diagnostic capabilities through our Somali National Institute of Health. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we look forward to support of our international partners and their commitments to combat the antimicrobial resistance threat and providing adequate funding for national, regional, and global activities. Although a lot has been achieved, but our efforts, as well as the financial commitment of our international partners, will determine the implementation of the global and national antimicrobial resistance action plans, as well as the recommendations of this conference. Also, we hope that the outcome of this high-level conference will underline the importance of the political commitments at national levels, addressing the antimicrobial resistance threat through comprehensive and inclusive approach, upscaling the antimicrobial resistance funds, particularly in the developing countries, enhancing knowledge sharing and surveillance systems, and reviewing the national, regional, and global action plan to consider and reflect the fast-changing conditions on the ground. Somali government is supporting and endorsing the Muscat Manifesto for Antimicrobial Resistance. And I would like also to thank once again the host country, the organizers of the conference, and all the distinguished delegates, speakers, and audiences. Also, thanks to Saudi Arabia for their hosting the 4th conference of antimicrobial resistance. Thank you.
Thank you, Somalia, for your endorsement. Next, we have South Africa.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. We are bringing indeed greetings to all the delegates participating in this very important conference. I would also want to join those who are actually congratulating and appreciating the Sultanate of Oman for actually providing this very good platform for us to participate. Well, we, as this delegation, have been able to participate in the processes of this conference since yesterday and listened carefully to all the reports that were presented this morning. And at this time, we are supposed to give a response from our own country and our own observation, including our participation. We believe that if this is the route that is going to be taken in addressing morbidity as well as mortality due to diseases that can be prevented, if we allow the AMR to fail in its agenda to promote health, we therefore would want to assure this House that we are ready as South Africa to endorse and to include the processes that will come out of the conference into our national agenda as a country. We do have a national planning commission drawn from the communities of South Africa, the whole society, that has put deadlines on programs to be followed. One of them being an ultimate good health for all our people in South Africa. This is where we will actually include these very important ideas of implementing programs of AMR. I do want to say, therefore, South Africa has learned a lot. We have come a long way with communicable diseases. We know exactly what this resistance do. It does because you had some time tuberculosis that would have XDR and kill a lot of people who could not be cured because this was not yet discovered. COVID was the worst one in our own country. It is that reason why we want to deliberately and consciously endorse this strategy that the conference has come up with. We endorse it as a country. But we call upon all the other countries that might want to work with us to further develop partnership with ourselves so that we can share our experiences, we can learn what is best from whatever country. More than that, researchers must come to South Africa. After post-COVID, we have established more laboratories, one in Port Elizabeth, commonly known as Gqeberha, one in Western Cape. These research units, we have actually strengthened our Agricultural Research Council and put it as a standalone so that it is not affected by other processes that the department is doing. We believe that our people, we have a contract with them. They must participate in this one. And therefore, our report will be broadly at the district development model level, where local government structures are and where our people are, because they don't stay in national or provincial, they stay at a local government level. With these, we appreciate all those who participated. We say thank you to our technical support that continues to attend meetings in preparation for us to come and participate. We note their dedication and their discipline when they work with other countries. We wish you good luck when you go home. May we all go and implement this great, important effort and initiative that is historically during our time. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, South Africa, for your endorsement. Now we have Sudan.
بسم الله والصلاة والسلام على رسول الله. السادة أصحاب المعالي والسادة السادة الوزراء والمشاركون الكرام، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. اسمحوا لي بدءا أن أهني صاحب الجلالة السلطان هيثم بن طارق حفظه الله والشعب العماني الشقيق بمناسبة العيد الوطني الثاني والخمسين لسلطنة عمان، متمنين مزيدا من التقدم والرفاه، مؤكدين على عمق الروابط الأخوية التاريخية الوثيقة التي تربط بين شعبي البلدين. كما إنه لمن دواعي سروري أن أكون جزءا من هذا الحدث الهام، المؤتمر الوزاري العالمي الثالث رفيع المستوى حول مقاومة مضادات الميكروبات التي تعتبر من التحديات المهمة وتؤثر على الإنسان والحيوان والبيئة. وإدراكا من الحكومة لأهمية مواجهة التحديات الناجمة عن مقاومة مضادات الميكروبات وتعزيز صحة سكانها، فقد انخرط السودان في جهد ثلاثي مع منظمة الأغذية والزراعة ومنظمة الصحة العالمية من أجل تطوير خطة العمل الوطنية لمقاومة مضادات الميكروبات التي تم إقرارها في العام 2018، وفي إطار مفهوم الصحة الواحدة وبدعم مشترك من منظمة الصحة العالمية ومنظمة الأغذية والزراعة تم تنفيذ مشروع تجريبي لمقاومة مضادات الميكروبات. كما قدمت منظمة الزراعة والأغذية للأمم المتحدة الفاو دعما كبيرا من صندوق فيلمينج في مجال الدعم الفني والتدريب لمساعدة المختبرات البيطرية على مكافحة مقاومة مضادات الميكروبات. وبالنظر إلى حجم الاحتياجات لمقاومة مضادات الميكروبات، هنالك حاجة إلى مزيد من الدعم من جميع أصحاب المصلحة الرئيسيين. نؤكد على الدعم المقدر الذي نتلقاه منظمة الأغذية والزراعة، وأود أن أغتنم هذه الفرصة لتأكيد التزامنا التام بالتعاون الوثيق مع شركائنا من منظمة الصحة العالمية والمنظمة العالمية لصحة الحيوان للحد من حدوث مقاومة مضادات الميكروبات في السودان. ومن هنا نؤكد على التزام السودان وتأييده لإعلان مسقط الوزاري. أتمنى لكم جميعا مؤتمرا ناجحا ومداولات مثمرة، والشكر لحكومة وشعب سلطنة عمان لاستضافتهم وكرم ضيافتهم، وشكرا لكم جميعا.
Thank you, Sudan, for your endorsement. And next we have Switzerland.
Thank you, Mrs. Chair, Excellencies, dear colleagues. Switzerland welcomes the impetus given by the Muscat Manifesto and wishes to endorse it. We support, in principle, the setting of targets at the international level. However, it must be taken into account that countries which have already drastically reduced the prescription of antibiotics in veterinary medicine will probably not be able to halve it again in the next few years, as this would endanger the health of animals. At the national level, Switzerland attaches great importance to the fight against antimicrobial resistance. Various measures have been implemented in recent years in the field of human and veterinary health. According to the conclusions of our Swiss Antibiotic Resistance Report 2022, these measures are gradually producing results. The growth of resistance seems to have been curbed for the time being in Switzerland. For example, in human medicine, total antibiotic consumption has decreased by 19% between 2019 and 2021. Improved hygiene and reduced contact during the COVID-19 pandemic probably played an important role in this, as it led to an overall decrease in infections. In a European comparison, Switzerland continues to be among the countries with the lowest antibiotic consumption. Since 2012, antibiotic prescriptions in veterinary medicine have fallen by almost half, as a decrease of almost half in the consumption of critical antibiotics has also been recorded since 2016. In addition, the discharge of antibiotics into water will be greatly reduced in the future in Switzerland, thanks to the addition of new purification steps in wastewater treatment plants. In 2020, 11% of the wastewaters in Switzerland was already purified through these new treatment steps, and the goal is to reach 70% by 2040. In order to promote research and development of new antibiotics and diagnostic tools at the international level, Switzerland co-finances the Geneva-based Global Antibiotic Research and Development Partnership, GARDP. Since its creation, Switzerland has also joined the Global AMR R&D Hub, which seeks to facilitate global R&D priority setting and funding decisions. Finally, we are deeply grateful for Oman's leadership and kindness in bringing us together here in Muscat. This conference is a key milestone on our path toward the UN high-level meeting in 2024. In the meantime, we will have a further occasion to discuss the implementation of the needed action to fight against AMR. Indeed, Switzerland has the honor of hosting the 5th Global Ministerial Summit on Patient Safety on February 23rd and 24th, 2023, after the last edition in Saudi Arabia. We welcome the Kingdom's engagement also after having just heard that you plan to host the next conference on AMR. We look forward to welcome you next year in Montreux in the hope that you will all accept our invitation to our Patient Safety Summit. Thank you very much. Shukran.
Thank you, Switzerland, for your endorsement. Now we have Syria.
السلام عليكم. في البداية أتقدم بالشكر لسلطنة عمان لاستضافتها لهذا المؤتمر، والشكر الموصول للمنظمات التي قامت بتنظيمه. السادة الحضور، إن مقاومة مضادات الميكروبات أصبحت تهدد المكاسب التي حققتها الصحة العالمية في مجالات صحة الإنسان وحماية الحيوان، وتؤثر بشكل مباشر على الصحة العامة والأمن الغذائي وسلامة الغذاء والتغذية وعلى النمو الاقتصادي. وإن التشاركية بين الصحة والزراعة هي خطوة إيجابية نحو الأمام للارتباط الوثيق بين صحة الحيوان وصحة الإنسان والزراعة والبيئة. لتفادي تهديد مضادات الميكروبات والحفاظ على فعالية هذه الأدوية لوقت طويل وضبط العدوى، ويتوجب علينا أن نتحمل مسؤولياتنا والعمل كفريق واحد مع كافة المنظمات العالمية ذات العلاقة لاعتماد خطط وطنية وعالمية متطورة للسيطرة على مقاومة مضادات الميكروبات، وخاصة في ظل الظروف الاقتصادية الحالية التي تجتاح العالم والشعوب الفقيرة التي تعاني من ويلات الحروب والأمراض والحصار الاقتصادي والتغيرات المناخية. كما تعلمون جميعا، لقد عانت سوريا خلال عقد من الزمان وما زالت من الإرهاب المنظم والمدعوم من الخارج ومن التدخل الدولي في شؤونها، الأمر الذي أدى إلى تراجع قدرتها على مواكبة البرامج المخططة، إلا أنها ما زالت مستمرة في عملها في تنفيذ كل ما طلب منها ضمن التزاماتها أمام الاتفاقيات الدولية والبرامج المخططة لها، حيث قامت في هذا المجال بتشكيل اللجنة الوطنية الخاصة بمقاومة مضادات الميكروبات برئاسة وزارة الصحة وعضوية وزارات الزراعة والتعليم العالي والإدارة المحلية والبيئة، وعملت بالتعاون مع المنظمات الدولية على اعتماد خطة العمل الوطنية التي تتوافق مع نهج الصحة الواحدة وتشمل القطاعات البشرية وغير البشرية. لقد وضعت الاستراتيجية ونفذت، وهي في تطوير مستمر ونعمل على تطويرها، وقد وزعنا بيان خاص بهذا الموضوع ضمن جلسات المؤتمر. لذلك نؤيد البيان الخاص بهذا المؤتمر بما ورد فيه من أهداف ومقترحات، تؤيد سوريا الجهود المبذولة من الأمانة الرباعية لمقاومة مضادات الميكروبات في تنسيق استجابات عالية متعددة القطاعات وتعزيز إدارة قوية وقيادة قوية. كما ندعم مبادرة تحقيق أهداف هذا المؤتمر مع التركيز على ما طرح حول مبادرة برنامج الأمم المتحدة للبيئة لتعزيز الأبعاد البيئية لمفهوم الصحة الواحدة. وشكرا لكم.
Thank you, Syria, for your endorsement. Now we have Thailand.
Excellency, distinguished guests, it is a great opportunity for Thailand to attend this event. We attend two previous conferences in Netherlands as well. In 2015, Thailand made a political commitment to mitigate AMR. In 2016, as the G77 president, Thailand delivered a statement on behalf of the G77 and China to solve AMR problems and adopt the political declaration of the high-level meeting of the UNGA on AMR during the 71st UNGA. On behalf of the Royal Thai government, may I convey our Deputy Prime Minister, His Excellency Mr. Anutin Charnvirakul message to express our strong support for the 2024 UNGA high-level meeting on AMR during 77 UNGA to track progress and expedite the momentum on AMR. Thailand endorses the Muscat Manifesto on AMR. We strongly believe it will lead to firm and specific commitment at the 2024 UNGA meeting. Finally, I am delighted to inform you that Thailand is the first country to be evaluated on AMR capacity under the second round of WHO-based Joint External Evaluation for International Health Regulation, which just certified early this November. Thailand's AMR capacity score was greatly improved from an average score of 3 in 2017 to a score of 4.2 in 2022. We affirm this extensive evaluation will eventually leverage the country capacity in tackling AMR in our socio-economic context. Thank you.
Thank you, Thailand, for your endorsement. Now we move to Tunisia.
Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. I would like to congratulate Sultanate Oman on the successful organization of this conference, and I would like also to thank my colleague here, His Excellency, the Minister of Health, for welcoming me on this important event. AMR has been found in all regions of the world. Modern travel and people, animals, and goods means AMR can easily spread across borders and continents. AMR requires a collaborative approach across countries to detect, prevent, and respond to these threats. Global leaders are joining WHO AMR challenge by committing to action across healthcare, food, communities, and the environment to accelerate the light. Tunisia is committed to collaborative, coordinated efforts to help slow the development and spread of AMR. In fact, a national action plan to combat AMR has therefore been drafted in collaboration with the WHO according to the One Health Approach Science 2019. Tunisia support and endorse Muscat Manifesto. And finally, I thank you for the hospitality and for hosting me this meeting here in beautiful Oman. Thank you.
Thank you, Tunisia, for your endorsement. And now we move to Uganda.
Honorable Chair, honorable colleagues, ministers, heads of delegations, and distinguished participants. First of all, on behalf of Ugandan delegation that involves the Minister of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries and the Minister of Health, I wish to thank and appreciate the efforts of the Sultanate of Oman for hosting this successful meeting. As I mentioned yesterday, Uganda developed the action plan in 2018, and the action plan involves: 1, review of the national veterinary medicine policy, establishment of the veterinary medicine desk to coordinate with the regulatory body National Drug Authority, stopping the importation of animal feeds and feeds additives that contain antimicrobial, and drafting of the animal feeds bill to provide framework for regulation. In line with the AMR National Action Plan, the Ministry is implementing several other interventions in order to prevent or slow down the control of the development of the spread of AMR, and these include development and establishment of AMR awareness message for various categories of stakeholders, development of and dissemination of guidelines for infection prevention, and appropriate use of antimicrobial on farm, promotion of farm medicine that prevent the entry and spread of diseases causing pathogens, farm biosecurity, conducting livestock vaccination campaign to prevent infections, development of agriculture sector infection prevention and control, establishment of AMR Technical Working Committee with the Ministry to analyze and discuss AMR data and guide AMR policy actions, establishment of AMR Coordination Center to coordinate AMR activities and information sharing on multi-sector approach. Distinguished participants, Uganda recommends that we go on One Health approach to national and regional and international level, need to be adopted to check MR and MR in human and livestock. Uganda recommends that the pandemic needs to be handled at UN level so that the countries adopt one agenda mechanism to deal with the growing threat of MR. Distinguished participants, Uganda endorses the outcome and recommendation of this high-level conference, and we must now go to action. Enough is enough. The way forward is to act. Act together and efficiently. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Uganda, for your endorsement. And now we have the United Arab Emirates.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. معالي الدكتور هلال السبتي وزير الصحة في سلطنة عمان الشقيقة، معالي سعود الحبسي وزير الثروة الزراعية والسمكية وموارد المياه في سلطنة عمان الشقيقة، أصحاب المعالي والسعادة، السيدات والسادة، الحضور الكريم، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. يسرني أن أكون بينكم في المؤتمر الوزاري العالمي الثالث رفيع المستوى حول مقاومة مضادات الميكروبات المقام في سلطنة عمان الشقيقة مسقط. بداية أحب أن أتقدم بجزيل الشكر وعظيم الامتنان إلى الأخوة في سلطنة عمان الشقيقة على حسن الاستقبال وكرم الضيافة وتنظيم هذا المؤتمر الوزاري الثالث لمقاومة المضادات الحيوية. لقد أعلنت منظمة الصحة العالمية أن مقاومة مضادات الميكروبات هي من التهديدات العالمية العشرة الرئيسية للصحة العامة التي تواجه البشرية، وتشكل تهديداً عالمياً للصحة والتنمية، بالإضافة إلى الوفاة والعجز الناجمين عن مقاومة مضادات الميكروبات، كما يؤدي المرض المطول إلى إطالة أمد الإقامة في المستشفى والحاجة إلى أدوية أكثر تكلفة مما يترتب عليه تكاليف صحية طائلة. إن هذا الوضع يتطلب عملاً عاجلاً متعدد القطاعات من أجل تحقيق أهداف التنمية المستدامة. أيها السادة والسيدات، لقد بذلت وزارة الصحة ووقاية المجتمع في دولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة جهوداً حثيثة للتصدي لمقاومة مضادات الميكروبات، بما فيها تشكيل لجنة وطنية متعددة القطاعات تضم أعضاء من هيئات صحية مختلفة وتخصصات طبية متعددة، وأعضاء من وزارة التغيير المناخي والبيئة ومن الجهات المعنية الأخرى. وتم وضع خطة استراتيجية وطنية لمكافحة ومقاومة المضادات الميكروبات في عام 2021 اعتماداً على أهداف الاستراتيجية لمنظمة الصحة العالمية لمقاومة مضادات الميكروبات. وفي عام 2017 تم إنشاء نظام تقصي عن الميكروبات المقاومة لمضادات الميكروبات شمل المستشفيات والعيادات الحكومية والخاصة في جميع الإمارات، ويتم نشر تقارير التقصي بصورة دورية على موقع وزارة الصحة ووقاية المجتمع ضمن البيانات المفتوحة. وفي عام 2018 صدر قرار وزاري بمنع صرف مضادات الميكروبات بدون وصفة طبية، ويقوم قسم التراخيص في وزارة الصحة ووقاية المجتمع بالمتابعة لضمان آلة التنفيذ، إضافة إلى وجود معايير المستشفيات الوطنية التي تتضمن إلزامية وجود برنامج مكافحة العدوى. وسنوياً ومن خلال الأسبوع العالمي للتوعية بالمضادات يتم تنظيم محاضرات ودورات تدريبية للطاقم الطبي من مختلف التخصصات، بالإضافة إلى نشر الوعي العام من خلال الإذاعة ووسائل التواصل الاجتماعي. ومن أجل مكافحة مقاومة مضادات الميكروبات، ومن المهم دعم نهج الصحة الواحدة الإنسان والحيوان والنبات والصحة البيئية، وهذا يتطلب تسريع وتيرة التقدم العالمي والابتكار لتأمين المستقبل والتعاون من أجل اتخاذ إجراءات أكثر فعالية والاستثمار في الاستجابة المستدامة وتعزيز الحوكمة والمساءلة العالميتين. وسيتطلب النجاح رقابة صارمة وفعالة على أنواع وكميات مضادات الميكروبات المستخدمة في الممارسات الطبية ورصد ومراقبة وانتشار البكتيريا المقاومة التي تنتشر في البيئة. إن دولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة تؤيد وتدعم بيان عمان حول المضادات الحيوية. كذلك دولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة تدعم وتؤيد المملكة العربية السعودية الشقيقة في قامة واستضافة المؤتمر الوزاري القادم لمقاومة المضادات الحيوية في سنة 2024. وختاما السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Thank you, United Arab Emirates, for your endorsement. And now we move to the United Kingdom.
Your Excellencies, delegates, friends, what a great meeting. I've learnt so much from all of you to take home, particularly the need for funding for implementation. Indeed, we've seen the great value of the multi-partner trust fund, so please, Gulf states and others who've got spare money, invest in it to help our colleagues. I welcome the multi-sector platform. Thank you to the FAO. I offer my thanks to WOAR for its leadership in developing their AMU database and launching AniMuse. Now, FAO, we need your focus and leadership on pulling together the food chain surveillance data. Thank you, UNEP, for evidence-gathering role that you play and for bringing the important student or youth voice into this summit. Their input is key going forward. WHO, you've been on AMR from the beginning and you continue to push. Thank you, and thank you for the Essential Medicines Aware Guide that's just been published. Private sector, we can't do this without you. Please join in, you're integral to success. So let me quote DG Elwa. We've been on a long journey and there's way to go, but there's a lot to celebrate at this meeting, looking back over the decade. And we have to remember this is every bit as complex as climate. Now, to work together to ensure AMR is in the new pandemic instrument. I want to thank Barbados and Bangladesh for your Prime Minister's leadership of the GLG. Thank you, Sultanate of Oman, for warm and generous hospitality. Thank you, Oman, for helping us each to find what we need to do next. We need to move to action. Thank you, Oman, for leading the way. And I look forward to seeing you all in 2024, if not before, at the high-level meeting and in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Thank you.
Thank you, UK. Now, the United States of America.
Hello, good afternoon. I would like to thank the Sultanate of Oman for having this important ministerial and the close collaboration and partnerships between our governments. I appreciate the Sultanate of Oman's continued leadership on antimicrobial resistance, especially in the midst of the still ongoing COVID-19 pandemic. However, it would be inadequate for me to discuss the threat to life from antimicrobial resistance without also acknowledging the significant loss of life resulting from Russia's ongoing war in Ukraine. The Russian military continues to strike buildings where innocent civilians, including children, are living, to destroy health facilities, and to disrupt health care. Russia alone can end this senseless and tragic loss of life by ceasing its unjustifiable and unprovoked aggression and withdrawing immediately from the sovereign territory of Ukraine. And now, returning to the risk of antimicrobial stewardship, I am very honored to introduce taped remarks from our HHS Deputy Secretary for Health, Andrea Palm.
Hello. To the Sultanate of Oman, thank you for hosting the third high-level ministerial on antimicrobial resistance and for the opportunity to address this important meeting. Your leadership and attention on this topic is invaluable. AMR has been a long-standing and acute concern for the United States. It threatens the effectiveness of life-saving antibiotics, risks the elimination of a foundational cornerstone of modern medicine, and destabilizes our global health security. Every year, we see 3 million infections and 48,000 fatalities due to drug-resistant bacteria in the United States. And globally, it is estimated that 4.9 million deaths were associated with drug-resistant bacteria in 2019, including over 1.2 million deaths attributable to bacterial AMR. In short, what we are seeing is bacterial evolution outpacing the human invention of antibiotics. In addition, the current COVID-19 pandemic has given us even more of a reason to act swiftly. The United States saw resistant hospital-acquired infections and deaths increase by 15% from 2019 to 2020. It is clear that the pandemic has exacerbated persistent public health challenges in the United States, and AMR is no exception. The COVID-19 pandemic continues to teach us that major health threats cannot be addressed by just one country alone. They require coordinated and targeted action facilitated by close international collaboration. The United States is encouraged by the efforts of the global community to combat AMR. We are pleased that it remains high on the international agenda and has been a priority across global forums, including the G20, the G7, and the United Nations. I am proud to say that the United States has made major progress in addressing AMR. Since the launch of our first National Action Plan for Combating Antibiotic-Resistant Bacteria in 2015, we have launched the U.S. CDC Antibiotic Resistance Laboratory Network, the Global Antibiotic Resistance Laboratory and Response Network, the Global Action in Healthcare Network, and CARB-X, a biopharmaceutical accelerator that recently announced renewed commitments of up to $370 million to support AMR work for 10 more years. But while we have made progress in the fight against AMR, we must commit to do more. If left unchecked, the consequences will be dire. The challenge before us is immense, but not intractable. We must use this opportunity to partner together and set the stage for bold and actionable commitments for the UN high-level meeting on AMR in 2024. The United States is eager to discuss new ideas, innovations, and partnerships as we look to incorporate the One Health approach into our collective efforts to combat AMR, build more resilient public health systems, and prepare for future public health threats. Thank you.
Thank you, USA. Now we move to Yemen.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين والصلاة والسلام على أشرف الأنبياء والمرسلين ثم بعد. بداية نعبر بكل الشكر وامتنان لسلطنة عمان قيادة وشعبا لاحتضان هذه الفعالية الكبرى وتنظيمها، وبصورة خاصة إلى أصحاب المعالي دكتور هلال بن علي السبتي وزير الصحة، والأصحاب المعالي سعود الحبسي وزير الثروة الزراعية والسمكية وموارد المياه في سلطنة عمان. أن تلبيتنا لهذه الدعوة الكريمة ما هي إلا تأكيدا على حرص الحكومة اليمنية للمشاركة الفاعلة مع الدول المنطقة والعالم لمواجهة هذا التحدي الذي يهدد الصحة العامة والصحة الحيوانية والحياة البرية والبيئة والأمن الغذائي بشكل عام، مما ينعكس سلبا على النمو الاقتصادي والتنمية في العالم. أن التنامي مشكلة مقاومة مضادة الميكروبات تشكل هم إضافي في بلادنا وترفع تكلفة مكافحة الأمراض الوبائية والأمراض المشتركة بين الإنسان والحيوان، والتي شهدت خلال سنوات الصراع المستمر في بلادنا منذ 8 سنوات تطورا كبيرا، وذلك بسبب ضعف التمويلات وبرامج الوقاية من تلك الأمراض بالتحصين والمعالجة الوقائية لها، في الوقت الذي تلعب فيه الثروة الحيوانية دورا كبيرا ومحوريا في الاقتصاد الوطني لبلادنا بشكل عام، إذ يساهم قطاع الثروة الحيوانية ما نسبته 25% من الناتج المحلي الزراعي و3% من الناتج المحلي الإجمالي، ويبلغ حجم الثروة الحيوانية لليمن حوالي 21 مليون من الماشية، بالإضافة إلى ما يقارب إلى أكثر من 200 مليون من الطير الداجن. وتعتمد أكثر الأسر الريفية اليمنية في توفير احتياجاتها الغذائية من اللحوم والحليب والألبان والبيض، بل أن أكثر الأسر تعتمد على الثروة الحيوانية توفيرا لمقاومة الحياة. ولقد أولت الحكومة اليمنية اهتماما كبير للقطاع الزراعي بكافة جوانبه النباتي والحيواني والسمكي بالتعاون مع الدول الشقيقة والمنظمات الداعمة في العمل على إعادة تهيئة وإعداد بعض الخطط الاستراتيجية للتنمية المستدامة. في إطار موضوعنا الذي اجتمعنا لأجله هو تزايد مقاومة مضاوة الميكروبات والتي تمثل تهديدا كبيرا للصحة العامة وكذلك لأهداف التنمية المستدامة في بلداننا، فقد اتخذت بلادنا العديد من الإجراءات في هذه الصدد الحد من مقاومة الميكروبات تمثل في إعداد بعض التشريعات واللوائح التي تنظم استخدام وتداول الأدوية والمبيدات ومنح التداول لها إلا عبر الجهات المسرع لها ومن خلال الأشخاص المختصين، إضافة إلى تشكيل عدد من لجان لدراسة طلبات التسجيل والاستيراد لشركة الأدوية والبيطرة والتأكيد على جودة الأدوية وإخضاعها للاشتراطات الدولية، إعداد قائمة بالمواد الممنوعة والمحظورة وأسباب تداولها وبيعها وخاصة في الجانب الحيواني والنباتي والسمكي، اعتماد سياسة الوقاية خير من العلاج في تنفيذ العديد من حملات التوعية والتحصين للأطفال والأمهات وكذلك الحيوانات بدعم من الدول المانحة والمنظمات الدولية، وذلك لحماية الصحة العامة والصحة الحيوانية والتقليل من استخدام المضادات الميكروبية. تشكيل العديد من اللجان المشتركة بين الوزارات المختصة والقطاعات التي لها ارتباط بمفهوم الصحة الوحيدة للتصدي لكافة التحديات التي تؤثر سلبا على الإنسان والحيوان والبيئة ومنها خطر تزايد مقاومة مضادات الميكروبات. ونحن بصدد إعداد خطة وطنية للحد من مقاومة مضادات الميكروبات وتجهيز المختبرات والمعدات والمحاليل اللازمة للكشف عن الأثر المتبقي بالمضادات الحيوية والمنتجات الألبان المختلفة. السادة الحضور جميعا، إن الأزمات المتعاقبة سواء كانت التي مرتبطة بالتغيرات المناخية والأعاصير والحروب والصراعات إضافة إلى كوفيد-19 ونفس الحالة الميكروبات وأضرارها هي مجتمعة تماما وتشكل معضلة قوية في مجتمعنا اليمني وفي العالم أجمع، وتشكل تهديدا خطيرا للأمن الغذائي بصورة خاصة بصورة عامة. ونحن في بلدنا أخذنا نصيبا من هذه كله، ما يتحتم على الجميع الوقوف جمعة للوقوف على هذه التحديات التي تشكل معضلة للمجتمع والسلم الاجتماعي والتنمية بشكل عام. مرة أخرى أشكر لكم هذه الحضور وأشكر الجميع، ونؤيد بيان مسقط التاريخي ولاعتباره بقوة، وكما نبارك جهود المملكة العربية السعودية في كل المناحي التي تسعى فيها وبدأت لاحتضانها واستضافتها اجتماعنا القادم. شكرا.
Thank you, Yemen, for your endorsement. And finally, we'll move to Algeria. They would like to add something.
شكرا. بسم الله والصلاة والسلام على رسول الله. معالي الوزراء، أصحاب السعادة، السادة والسيدات مسؤولي المنظمات الدولية، السادة والسيدات المشاركين في هذا المؤتمر الوزاري الثالث لمقاومة مضادات الميكروبات، الجمع الحضور، أود في مستهل مداخلتي أن أشيد بالاستضافة الكريمة لسلطنة عمان الشقيقة التي لا تزال تعيش نفحات عيدها الوطني الثاني والخمسين خلال شهر نوفمبر الجاري، فكل عام وعمان وسلطانها وشعبها الطيب بألف خير وعافية. إن تنظيم هذا المؤتمر العلمي الفني الهام يمكن اعتباره حدثاً متميزاً في خدمة صحة الإنسان، باعتباره يتناول تهديداً أكيداً لصحة البشر، وبذلك فهو يفرض علينا تحدياً يجب أن نرفعه ونكسبه بتضافر كل الجهود. إن الجزائر التي تخطت جائحة كورونا بتضافر الجهود والانسجام الكبير بين القرارات السياسية للحكومة وعلى رأسها توجيهات ودعم فخامة الرئيس عبد المجيد تبون، والتي حرصت على الطابع العلمي والتخصصي لكل الإجراءات والتدابير المتعلقة بالوباء، وذلك ما أثمر نجاحاً موصوفاً في التصدي للوباء، وسجلت الجزائر ضمن الدول الأقل عدد من الوفيات والإصابات بشكل عام. وفي نفس الاتجاه تبذل وزارة الصحة الجزائرية بمعية وزارتي الفلاحة والبيئة جهوداً متكاملة في التعامل مع هذه الظاهرة الخطيرة المتعلقة بمقاومة المضادات الميكروبات التي حصدت للأسف لحد الآن ما يفوق 1,000,000 من أرواح البشر، والأكيد أن الرقم سيتضاعف إن لم يكن هناك تضافر وتنسيق للجهود. فالتكامل والتعاون بين جهود كل الدول والمنظمات ذات العلاقة بالموضوع لمواجهة هذه الظاهرة ضرورة وحتمية. وبضمان التضامن الدولي سننجح إن شاء الله في تخطي خطورة هذه الظاهرة الخطيرة. إن الجزائر تدعم بقوة مخرجات وتوصيات هذا المؤتمر من خلال الدعم الكامل لبيان مسقط، وتهنئ بطبيعة الحال الشقيقة العربية السعودية إن شاء الله على استضافتها للطبعة المقبلة. Excellencies, participants, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to express our great thanks to the Sultanate of Oman for such excellent organization and for its very warm and kind hospitality. I would like also to value the efforts of all organizers and the participants in such conference. Algeria supports highly the Muscat Manifesto. Thank you all the same.
Thank you, Algeria, for your endorsement. Thank you, Your Excellencies and the distinguished heads of delegation for sharing with us your insights on AMR and Muscat Manifesto, and thank you for all the endorsements. Now we move back to my colleague, Dr. Al-Mu'tasim.
As we come to the end of this conference, and on behalf of the participants and organizers, Dr. Saif Al-Abri, the chairman of the organizing committee, will be delivering the conference cable of thanks to His Majesty Sultan Haytham bin Tariq.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. يسرني ويسعدني أن ألقي بالنيابة عن رؤساء الوفود برقية شكر وعرفان إلى المقام السامي لحضرة صاحب الجلالة السلطان هيثم بن طارق آل سعيد. حضرة صاحب الجلالة السلطان هيثم بن طارق المعظم حفظكم الله ورعاكم. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. يشرفنا أن نرفع إلى مقام جلالتكم السامي أعزكم الله أسمى آيات التهاني والتبريكات بالعيد الوطني الثاني والخمسين المجيد، والذي تعيش فيه سلطنة عمان العزيزة هذه الأيام مباهج الفرح والسرور، داعين المولى سبحانه وتعالى أن يحفظكم وينعم عليكم بموفور الصحة والسعادة والعمر المديد. جلالة السلطان المعظم أبقاكم الله، لقد احتضنت سلطنة عمان ممثلة في وزارة الصحة ووزارة الثروة الزراعية والسمكية وموارد المياه إقامة المؤتمر الوزاري العالمي الثالث رفيع المستوى حول مقاومة مضادات الميكروبات، والذي جاء بالتعاون مع منظمة الأغذية والزراعة للأمم المتحدة ومنظمة الصحة العالمية والمنظمة العالمية لصحة الحيوان وبرنامج الأمم المتحدة للبيئة ومجلس الصحة لدول مجلس التعاون الخليجي خلال الفترة من 24 إلى 25 من نوفمبر 2022 ميلادي. وبهذه المناسبة نتشرف أن نرفع إلى مقام جلالتكم السامي حفظكم الله أجل آيات الشكر والعرفان على ما لقيناه من حفاوة الاستقبال وكرم الضيافة التي عايشناها وحظينا بها طوال فترة إقامتنا في سلطنة عمان. ويسرنا أن نعرب عن إعجابنا بالنهضة الشاملة التي تعيشها سلطنة عمان تحت ظل قيادتكم الحكيمة ورؤيتكم السديدة في كافة المجالات والرخاء الذي يعيشه المواطن العماني. ونحن سعداء لإقامة سلطنة عمان لهذا المؤتمر ومشاركتنا فيه، وللجهود والتسهيلات المبذولة والعمل الدؤوب من المنظمين، مما كان له أطيب الأثر في نجاح أعماله. كما أننا نشيد بمدى التطور الذي تشهده القطاعات الصحية والزراعية والحيوانية والبيئية في سلطنة عمان، والجهود الحثيثة التي تقوم بها الحكومة العمانية للرقي بهذه القطاعات الحيوية، وتعاونها المستمر والبناء مع المنظمات والهيئات والمؤسسات الدولية ذات العلاقة. كذلك نأمل أن يحقق إعلان مسقط الوزاري بشأن تسريع إجراءات الصحة الواحدة حول مقاومة مضادات الميكروبات الموقع هنا في سلطنة عمان أهداف التنمية المستدامة لعام 2030 ميلادي، راجين لجلالتكم موفور الصحة والعافية والعمر المديد، وللشعب العماني دوام التقدم والازدهار. والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. شكرا.
Now, I will be inviting the organization's DGs to give a closing remarks. I'm inviting to the stage His Excellency Dr. Ku Donju, the Director General of FAO. His Excellency Dr. Tedros Ghebreyesus, the Director General of WHO. And Her Excellency Dr. Monica Ilwa, the Director General of WOAH. I'm inviting also to the stage His Excellency Dr. Saud Al-Habsi, Minister of Agriculture and Fisheries, Wealth and Water Resources in Sultanate of Oman. And His Excellency Dr. Hilal Al-Sabti, Minister of Health in Oman.
Hello. Yes. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it's really a great honor for me on behalf of FAO to congratulate all of you. First, I should congratulate the host country and the ministers from Agriculture, Fishery, Water, and the Minister of Health of Sudan, of Oman. And you are carefully and hospitably host us, and also very generously during this time. Also, I should congratulate all the participants during this challenging time. You come a long time, a lot of places not well connected with flights. And so, but the results, outcome is so much dynamic, positive, and professional. So now it's time to work together to make your political willingness to the action plan and to the deliberate results on the ground and to the society. FAO, we are committed. As my friend already mentioned me, we will look at the whole value chain of agri-food systems, not only from the individual parts or silos. We need a strategic thinking, holistic design, and coherent action with relevant ministers, Minister of Health, Minister of Agriculture, Minister of Environment, and not only that, hand in hand with the private sector, with academia, with civil society. And more important, yesterday I enjoyed the talk and the interaction with the Honorable Minister of Health, Sudania of Oman. We need to invite the Minister of Education, because education will change your way of thinking, way of your production, way of your consumption, and more important, way of your lifestyle. Because AMR, we have to action by individuals, by communities, by organizations, by national, regional, and globally. So let's work together, keep this momentum, lead to the important another stage, 2024. Before that, yesterday also we had a discussion with my fellow organizations. We need a roadmap to lead to 2024. And what is the critical action? What we can do global level? And more important, your fellow ministers do the collectively, coherently at the country level. Because all the action become deliver results and outcomes in your hand. As a UN specialized agency, we can play our part, try our best, mainly on policy consultation, professional assistance, and coordinations. So we will do our part, and finally, let's change behavior, change the way of thinking, and with the passion, with the persistence, with the professional, and with the deliverable performances. I need your KPI for your colleagues. Guide the change, lead to the results what we expect. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Excellency. Now it's time to take also remarks from His Excellency Dr. Tedros.
I will take your place.
Yeah, sure.
Thank you. Your Excellencies, Ministers, dear colleagues, and friends. First of all, thank you so much to Minister Al-Sabti and to Minister Al-Habsi for your hospitality and for the successful conference, and to the Sultanate, to the government also. So thank you so much indeed. Your Excellencies, Ministers, I have been listening to your presentation since yesterday and especially today, and very much encouraged by the political commitment that you have shown. This is what we need. And of course, the full House or all ministers are not here, but I hope you will influence your peers, other ministers, to show political commitment, because we cannot lead AMR without political commitment. And in yesterday's parallel session on integrated surveillance, country implementation, political action, and financing and research and development, I think panelists highlighted the opportunities for action across these key areas. We must all hold one another accountable to follow through on our commitments to AMR. And I hope that the discussions of this conference will lead to new opportunities for strengthening partnerships between countries and international organizations to address AMR in the context of sustainable development goals. And WHO fully supports the Muscat Ministerial Manifesto on AMR, which is an important step on the road to the 2024 UN General Assembly high-level meeting on AMR. And I would also like to use this opportunity to thank the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for agreeing or for proposing to host the next conference. And then I would also like to thank our GLG, especially the two leaders,
Prime Minister Motley and Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina, and Deputy Prime Minister Chris Fern is with us here for their leadership. And I would like to remind you that there will be a JLG meeting in February in Barbados, and Minister Jerome Walcott is here with us, and you can see the commitment of Barbados, and I hope all JLG members will attend that very important meeting. I know that will contribute greatly to the 2024 agenda and also to the targets that we have agreed. So finally, thank you for your commitment to addressing this urgent global health challenge. The COVID-19 pandemic has shown us shared global threats require a shared global response. Thank you so much. Shukran jazilan, and all the best and safe flights wherever you're traveling from here. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Now, remarks also from Her Excellency, Dr. Monica Ilwa.
Excellencies, Ministers, distinguished participants, we are already at the end of this ministerial conference, and we really appreciate that all of you supported the Muscat Manifesto. Thanks to you. Thanks to you because with this manifesto, we are together paving the way with bold political commitments to reduce the burden of IMR. And by recalling these targets, we hope to galvanize national, regional, and global efforts. Many of you have recalled that IMR is a complex problem that no one sector can solve alone. Therefore, collaboration is really key. Coordination throughout all levels is crucial. And we are proud to be part of this collaborative effort, and we are committed to walk along the road with each of our members and partners. I would like to remind also what yesterday in a parallel session, the World Bank colleagues have reminded. They have said that, and I quote, 1 ounce of prevention is worth 1 pound of cure. Therefore, let me recall once again what I already said in my opening remarks, sorry to insist, but prevention and more prevention should become our mantra. It must be the cornerstone on every plan of every investment. And now we have really to encourage all the member countries to design and implement their national action plan. And we will continue to encourage all our members to build our strength, also their surveillance system, leading to setting data-driven decisions. Utilizing your data to implement and evaluate the impact of your national action plans is crucial. Together with our quadripartite partners, we remain committed to provide the necessary technical support, normative and policy guidance for the implementation of cross-sectorial national action plans on our common journey to reach targets. But don't forget that financial mechanisms, just as the Multi-Partner Trust Fund program, like the Financial Intermediary Fund, remain essential because, Minister, we need your support. But your commitment is really crucial. That is really key to curb the silent pandemic of IMR. Excellencies, before concluding, let me sincerely and warmly thank the Sultanate of Oman for the organization of this event, an important milestone before the upcoming and forthcoming UN General Assembly high-level meeting on IMR in 2024. And of course, we look forward to contributing to the next global high-level ministerial conference to be held soon in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Excellencies, it's almost 1 century since we started to use antimicrobials. Lots of progress, lots of learnings. It is time now to use our unified wisdom to change, to increase our collective efficacy and our global efficiencies. Let's prevent antimicrobial resistance together. Thank you for your attention, and thank you for your kind hospitality. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Now, the last but not the least, we'll be wrapping up this conference with the closing remarks from Oman by His Excellency Dr. Hilal Sabti.
Quite a busy 2 days, isn't it? Well, Excellencies, honorable heads of country delegations, ladies and gentlemen, it gives me a great pleasure to give these closing remarks on behalf of Dr. Saoud Al-Habsi, the Minister of Agriculture and Fisheries, Wealth and Water Resources, and me. We really had worked very hard together for the last. Being short has never been my mistake. We have worked together for the last 12 months preparing for this conference, which we hope it was, and we feel that it was indeed successful. We have come to the end of a very productive dialogue at this conference around the antimicrobial resistance. I thank all participants, panelists, moderators for their thoughtful remarks about this global threat. We believe the outcome of this conference will inform our continuous dialogue on the One Health action in the run-up to the high-level meetings on AMR in the 2024 United Nations General Assembly. We have discussed critical challenges and solutions for AMR, including the political actions needed for progress in the implementation of the national action plans. The Muscat Ministerial Manifesto on AMR we discussed will help accelerate our political action and coordination among sector, countries, and organizations. I'm also glad to endorse to you that there are 2 quotes that 34 people have endorsed it, and another quote 40 people have endorsed the manifesto. And we look forward to have the rest coming over in that matter. Excellencies, in this conference we had many agriculture, animal, and human health representatives discussing the AMR threat and its impact on the development. Let's run our lesson for the COVID-19 and consider the signs of AMR to galvanize our actions as a matter of urgency. We really don't have time to waste. We highly appreciate the initiative from the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia in organizing the 4th high-level meeting in AMR in 2024. We wish them all the best in preparation for the conference, and we look forward for the meeting you again in 2 years in Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. We thank all of you who have endorsed the manifesto so far, and it will be available for other countries to express support for a month after this meeting. Let us all be part of this foresight for AMR control. Thank you very much.
Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, with that, we have arrived at the end of the 3rd Global High-Level Ministerial Conference in Muscat. It has been such a privilege for me to be a part of this exceptional event in my beloved country, the Sultanate of Oman. I would like to thank His Excellency, the Minister of Health, for allowing me to do this. Thank you so much. And I would like to also thank all of you for accepting our invitation and accommodating time in your very busy schedules to come here and help us and join us in addressing the massive threat of AMR and also your commitment to combating this silent pandemic. I also thank you all for your endorsements of the Muscat Manifesto, and I would like to thank His Excellency the Minister of Health, as well as His Excellency the Minister of Agriculture, Fisheries and Water Resources, FAO, WHO, WOHA, UNEP, and the GCC Health Council. And also I would like to thank my colleagues, the organizing committee, for their tremendous efforts for the past 12 months to make this event a success. Thank you all for joining us. This event wouldn't have been a success without your presence. Thank you.